I'd like to call to order the March 8th Caroline County Board of Supervisors meeting. Before we get started, often when you're recognized by your peers, I think it's excellent. They say that you do an excellent job. And tonight, I'd like to recognize Mr. Jeff Black, who was named Teacher of the Year for Spotsylvania High School. Mr. Black has been on the board for 7, 8 years now, and just shows the spirit of knowledge and willing to try to go the extra mile for constituents. So can we all just stand and give him a round of applause? Mr. Jeff Black, thank you. What's that? Right. With the month of March being National Women's History Month, I've asked Mrs. Long to do the invocation. So can we please stand?
Let us pray. Dear Heavenly Father, we thank you and we come before you tonight asking for your guidance in the decisions that we make for our county, our friends, our citizens, our future. We remember tonight all our brothers and sisters in Ukraine. We ask for their protection, their guidance. Give them strength as they fight to protect, watch over their loved ones as the elderly, the mothers, the children flee for safety, and open the hearts of those around that country to offer them safe shelter. We ask that you be with us now and always in your name. Amen.
Amen. Please stand. Pledge allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Next on the agenda is opening board comments. Well, let me say this first. Present tonight are all board members. Mr. Jeff Black from Western Carolina, Mr. Clay Forehand from Madison, Ms. Nancy Long from Port Royal, Mr. Jeff Seeley from Bowling Green, Mr. Floyd Thomas from Mattaponi, and I'm Reggie Underwood from the Reedy Church District. Mr. Forehand, you have any opening board comments?
None, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Black?
Just I want to thank everyone thank you, Mr. Chairman, for that. I really appreciate it. So thank you. That's it.
You're welcome, Mr. Black. Thank you. Mr. Seeley?
I have none, Mr. Chairman.
Mrs. Long?
I have none.
Mr. Thomas?
Somebody's got to make up for that. But I just have two quick ones, and they will really be addressed later on in the board meeting. But I attended the groundbreaking for the road widening at Ladysmith Road, and I wanted to congratulate Mr. Bates and his team for doing such a great job there. Look forward to that being done in the next 12 months. 12 to 24 months. All right. And the other one, which Mr. Bates is going to address, but I want to make sure for all those listening that because of bridge deficiencies, we've had to close Coolwater Drive. So the access from Carmel Church to Route 1 using Coolwater Drive will not be available. The bridge had a few members that weren't structurally sound, so due to safety, Mr. Bates is going to make sure we've got more, but it was scheduled to close later in the summer. It was closed immediately, and we'll continue with that project. So that's it, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Thomas. Amendments to the agenda, Mr. Forehand?
Just on number 2, the Recreation Advisory Committee, not ready for that.
Okay, thank you.
Actually, one other thing, I'd like to add just a quick discussion regarding the recreation in the county.
The Recreation Committee?
No, just recreation in general facilities.
Recreation, okay. I guess we can add that too. How about, would 10A be okay, Mr. Forehand?
That's fine, or.
Under new business, we'll
14A,
add 10A,
Doesn't matter.
and that's a discussion of recreation facilities, like recreation department. Mr. Black, any additions?
No, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Mr. Sealy?
I have none, Mr. Chairman.
Mrs. Long?
Yeah. What did he make that?
Mr. Thomas?
Did he make it 10?
The proposed,
Right.
yep, that,
We've gotten approval for a split district, and I guess we need to, implement the waiver.
okay.
We'd like to discuss the waiver. Legal's got
Yeah.
some issues. We'd like to just discuss the waiver. We had proposed 14A, but if you've already picked a 14A, this could be 14B.
We'll make it 14A, Mr. Cully.
Thank you.
Anything else, Mr. Thomas? And I have one addition under, presentation. Just take a short minute, just under presentations. If you could put that under Mr. Bates, after Mr. Bates, just a chairman's presentation, I'd appreciate it. Any other amendments to the agenda?
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion that we approve the agenda with the appropriate amendments as noted.
There's a motion that we approve the agenda as amended. Can I get a second?
Second.
Second by Mrs. Long. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. The amendment is adopted. On the agenda tonight, under presentations, is a presentation by Caroline's Promise to mark the 20th anniversary. And I believe Ms. Shamika Baker and Mr. Rollins are here this evening. And a few others. Thank you. All please come forward.
Good evening, Chair Underwood and other members of the board.
Good evening.
Good evening. I am Jessie Rollins, President of the Board for Caroline's Promise. And because of COVID, we're not able to really kind of get together and celebrate. And so what we wanted to do was to acknowledge the 20th year of Caroline's Promise by saying thank you to our Board of Supervisors that made it happen and continue to support it. America's Promise Alliance is devoted to helping to create the conditions for success for all young people, including the millions currently being left behind. Our work is powered by the belief that all children are capable of learning and thriving, and that every individual, institution, and sector shares the responsibility to help young people succeed. We are the nation's largest partnership of our kind, bringing together hundreds of national nonprofits, businesses, communities, educators, and ordinary citizens behind the idea of making the promise of America accessible to all young people. America's Promise Alliance was born from the President's Summit of America's Future held in Philadelphia in April 1997. That extraordinary event brought together thousands of leaders from across the country to refocus the nation's attention on the needs of children and youth, attended by Presidents Clinton, Bush, Carter, and Ford, with Nancy Reagan representing President Reagan, and chaired by retired General Colin Powell. That gathering challenged America to make children and youth a top national priority. Together, they signed a summit declaration that serves as the guiding force for the movement they started and for America's Promise Alliance. In July 2001, President George W. Bush added his signature. President Barack Obama signed the declaration in September 2014. The collective work of our alliance focuses on the 5 promises we must make and keep to young people to set them up for adult success. These promises, which emerged from the summit, serve as America's Promise North Star and the organizing framework for the effort of hundreds of communities across our country. Promise 1, every young person needs a caring adult, a safe place, opportunities to serve, effective education, and a healthy start. In 2000, Caroline County took on that challenge and brought community stakeholders together. We started off, I believe, as local leadership development. Then we became Caroline County Collaborative. And by collaborating, we learned of Caroline's Promise. And finally, with the help of our Board of Supervisors, we became Caroline's Promise. We now celebrate 20 years of service to providing the 5 promises for the youth of our community. With the establishment of our mentoring program, Divas of Promise and Men of Valor, and many programs and projects, we have provided opportunities for all of Caroline County's youth. With our current executive director, the one and only, I might say, Mrs. Shamika Baker-Latney, Caroline's Promise has grown tremendously in the many programs that have given our children opportunities to grow and many more opportunities to give back to their community. Our logo, a red wagon over a blue heart, says a community of promise, surrounded by the words hope, vision, and faith. It says it all. Every child deserves the opportunity to fulfill their American dream, and every adult has a responsibility to make it happen. Tonight, we recognize the passing of Colin Powell, along with our 20th anniversary, and his challenge to help the children of your community to pull their red wagons. And so our executive director, along with some of our youth, are going to share with you how they have gotten their red wagon pulled.
Good evening. I'm Ms. Baker-Latney, Executive Director of Caroline's Promise. I want to personally thank Chair Seeley for always supporting our Young Entrepreneurs Expo and everything that we host. I want to personally recognize Mr. Underwood for always supporting back to school supply drive or whatever we host to make sure our kids have what they need for school. I want to personally thank Ms. Long, who always answers my calls. Even if I call her the night before an event, she's there to support. I want to thank Mr. Floyd Thomas, who's always supporting every event that we have and always cheering us on. I want to thank Mr. Black, who always try to put the challenge on Ms. Baker-Latney for the Ruperton Club's Polar Bear Plunge, and I think I made him very proud this year by setting the bar to $10,000, and we exceeded that by raising $15,045 for the Ruperton Club, along with making sure our kids had the things that they need with those funds. I want to thank personally Mr. Forehand for always letting me borrow his daughter for every event that Caroline's Promise have, because I know he has a whole bunch of kids and they have a whole bunch of activities going on, but in some way he still find a way to make sure she's there. Without further ado, it's not about Ms. Baker-Latney, it's about our future leaders. So I'm going to allow them to speak on how Caroline's Promise has blessed them and allowed them a platform to be who they are today because of our Board of Supervisors and because of Caroline's Promise. First, we have Emily Hart. She is our first 8th grader ever to actually have a book on Amazon because of Caroline's Promise. She is our first 8th grader in Caroline County because of the Entrepreneurs Expo to actually have a book on Amazon. Right now, I'm gonna say it one more time because I didn't hear anybody clap their hands. We have an 8th grader, Emily Hart, who has a book because of Caroline's Promise that she launched when we had our first Young Entrepreneurs Expo. We also have Jaden Burgess, who is our first 8th grader doing Virtual Entrepreneur Expo. We hosted a virtual expo and he won a LLC opportunity and he fulfilled that. So he is one of your students here, one of your babies as board that has a LLC, achieved that in 8th grade. He's now at the high school. I'm gonna say it again. Jaden now has his LLC, and he's the 8th grader because of Caroline's Promise. We also have Brooke Williams, who spent her whole entire COVID summer giving out lunches the whole summer, her along with Kylie behind me. Kylie is kind of shy, so I'm not gonna say too much, but they dedicated their whole summer with giving out lunches at either one of the sites in Carmel Church or the one in Lady Smith, and they gave out over 1,000 lunches. So I'm gonna let the light shine on our future leaders. Thank you for your support.
Good evening, Mr. Black, Mr. Seeley, Mr. Thomas, Mr. Foran, Mrs. Long, and Mr. Underwood. My name is Emily Hart. I am currently a junior attending Caroline High School and the Commonwealth Governor's School. When I was in 8th grade, I had the opportunity to participate in the first Young Entrepreneur Expo. As I thought about what I wanted to present at the expo, I realized it would be ideal to make something that I could do once and then sell again and again and again. That led me down the path of writing a book, and that was when I remembered that in 4th grade, I started writing a children's book. And I found the rough draft and began to expand upon it. I had some more knowledge because I was older, and so I improved upon it. And once I finished writing it, I researched different publication methods and discovered Amazon Kindle Publishing Direct. It may go by a different name now. There were several times throughout this process that I wanted to quit. I mean, I'm an 8th grader, how could I publish a book? But Ms. Biggerlatney was always there, the voice in my head saying, do it, do it, do it. And so now that book is available for purchase on Amazon. I would really like to thank Caroline Promise and the Young Entrepreneur Expo who pushed me to achieve something that I never could have done without them. And they provide this opportunity to so many students, and they're just really amazing. And I actually have copies of the book for you guys.
My 8-year-old daughter will start reading that this week.
Good evening. My name is Brooke Williams, and I am a 7th grade student at Caroline Middle School. Working with Caroline's Promise has benefited me in many ways. In the midst of the pandemic, I began volunteering with Caroline's Promise. All summer long, I volunteered with Caroline's Promise Summer Feeding Program, where I obtained 34 hours of community service. And so did Kylie, who is behind me, and she was there side by side with me volunteering all summer long. Being able to volunteer allowed me to meet new people and improve as a student leader. After summer volunteering, I participated in other volunteer opportunities, including the Young Entrepreneurs Expo, Caroline Agricultural Fair, Grandparents Night, CMS Family Engagement Night, and many more. Ms. Baker-Latney always encourages us to be role models for others in the community. She never fails to bring positive energy to us and motivates everyone to be the best versions of themselves. Working with Caroline's Promise is very fun and rewarding, and I enjoy being able to give back to the community through all the tough times we experience. I appreciate the opportunity to volunteer with Caroline's Promise and look forward to all future events. Thank you.
I'm Jaden Burgess. I'm the CEO of Fatboy Apparel. I wanted to come on here to talk about how Caroline Promise has helped me build my brand. During the tough times of COVID, I was able to participate in the virtual Young Entrepreneur Expo, and that way I was able to get my LLC and take a class with Mr. Omar. And I just wanted to talk about how Caroline Promise has helped me so much to build my brand, going through 8th grade and obviously the tough times of COVID. Caroline Promise has helped me build up my brand and able to hold the brand. Like I said, I'm a student first, so I'm also taking a business class in school, Principles of Business and Marketing with Ms. Seeley. But Caroline Promise has helped me, give me motivation to work on my brand, and it's also helped me very much with Caroline Promise. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Board, for allowing our children to speak and allowing us to just simply say thank you. I would also like to recognize other members of the Board of Caroline's Promise, and that's Dr. Jawanda Rollins-Fells and Donnell Howard.
Thank you. Dr. Phelps, Mr. Howard, please stand.
Are there any?
Thank you. Thank you.
Do you have any questions for our young people?
I don't have questions, but I have just a couple comments. Jesse, I've known you for a long time, and I'm always amazed at your energy and your dedication. How you can take a little and make a lot. And over the years, from beginning of Caroline Promise, you've made a lot out of a little, and it continues to amaze me. Miss Baker, you know, I'm always amazed at you. I remember when you walked the halls of Caroline High School,
Oh, Lord.
and you always had that glitter, that gleam in your eye that says, I can do anything. And what you're proving and proving to these young people, you don't have to go far to be great. You can go far right here in Caroline County. And for that, I say thank you. This board says thank you, and we wish you nothing but the best. Thank you.
Before you let them go,
Yes.
I wasn't totally prepared, but I was trying to prepare. I think Mr. Sadler has a quick video slideshow from the 10-year anniversary when we actually had Mrs. Alma Powell here. So if you would, Mr. Sadler's playing it on this is from the 10th anniversary, all the guests that were here. We had music. We can see it, but I guess we didn't turn the lights down. And you'll see a lot of familiar faces. A couple of them have a little bit more hair. This was the pre-luncheon that we had before she went out.
Oh, what did that mean? What size that thing?
I'll make sure out this coming.
Becky Bill. Brothers.
Not what I heard. It looked like her. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Your mic's off, Floyd. Your mic's off. Oh. Thank you again.
Thank you.
And Emily, I got
Thank you,
one of
Mr.
these
Chair.
at the expo when you were a lot younger, but I have more grandchildren now, so thank you.
Good job, Michael.
About a week ago, or a couple weeks ago, I got a call from Shamika Twiner from the YMCA, and she was talking about a young lady that we'd like to recognize tonight. Addison Mollenkamp, could you come forward, please? Good evening, Addison.
Good evening.
I want to welcome you to the Caroline County Board of Supervisors meeting. And tonight we'd like to recognize you for your accomplishments. And I have a resolution that I'd like to read congratulating you. It's a resolution congratulating Addison Mollenkamp for her accomplishments as a swimmer at the Caroline High School. Whereas Addison Mollenkamp, a freshman at Caroline High School, who is the daughter of Nicholas and Jennifer Mollenkamp of Ladysmith, is a member of the Caroline High School swim team. And whereas she also swims for the Caroline Family YMCA Orcas summer swim team and practices at the Ron Rosner YMCA with the Rays. And whereas Addison recently qualified for the Virginia High School League state competition in the 100-meter backstroke and is believed to be the first Caroline High School student to ever qualify at the state level. And whereas in addition to her work ethic, dedication toward athletic success, Addison exhibits good manners, always presents herself in a kind and respectful manner, and is the biggest cheerleader for her teammates. And whereas Addison's accomplishments are very impressive and have brought credit and positive recognition to Caroline County, now be it resolved that Caroline County Board of Supervisors hereby congratulates and commends Addison Mollenkamp for a job well done and extends best wishes for her continued success in the future. Adopted this March, 8th day of March, signed by Mr. Charles Cully and Reggie Underwood, Chairman. I would say thank you. You're great.
Thank you.
Are the parents here? Ms. Mollenkamp, are you going to come up with it?
What do you swim?
Your district?
What event do you swim?
100 backstroke.
The backstroke.
That's what I made it in, yes.
Okay,
You want-
great.
You want to come up, please? You want to present this, sir? Yes.
This way, she's gonna take a picture of it. Just round it.
Huh? You embarrassed?
That's all right.
Oh,
She'll get over it. She'll get over it. She'll be able to fix that.
I'm gonna chase him down with that backpack. Mom's smiling. I know you're proud of me. Congratulations. All right, stop by the house. Oh. But I did look for you guys. Again, thank you, Addison and family. Next on the agenda is a VDOT report. Mr. Kyle Bates.
Yeah, we'll clap for you too.
Thank you. Thank you. Got a lot of really awesome stuff to follow up. So thank you. Thank you. I'll do my best here. All right. Well, Chairman, Vice Chair, members of the board, County Administration, thank you all for having me here tonight. I've got a PowerPoint that I think we're going to be able to bring up so I can kind of go through some of the ongoing projects here. Just give us 1 second.
Did you say you had a hopeful PowerPoint slide?
All right. Well, we're going to do this without a PowerPoint. No worries, though. So just bear with me as I go through. You've got it? All right.
Yeah, we have it.
Great, great, great. So the first thing I want to do is, so I've got some very exciting news here. We have just recently selected a new superintendent for Caroline County for VDOT. So Phil Holmes, who is a longtime VDOT employee and superintendent over the last several years here, has retired, and we wish him well in his next steps. But we're very excited to hire Mr. William Middlebrook here. So I'm gonna ask him to stand and say hello. Will here is he's been with VDOT for about 10 years. In fact, he started around the same time that I started, about a year or so before that. He's responsible for all roadway maintenance operations, incident management, emergency operations within Caroline County as a whole. So we have one area headquarters in Caroline County, and he's got 2 supervisors, one on each side of the county, that's responsible for any and all maintenance in those areas, including 2 area headquarters and 2 sub areas in Dawn and Port Royal as well. Like I said, he's been here for 10 years. He spent time in Stafford County, and he's also spent time here in Caroline County. And he is actually local to the area. He's from Caroline County. He lives in the Frog Level area, if I'm correct, with his wife and son. So we are very excited to get him going. Super disappointed the PowerPoint's up because I have this great picture of him that I made him take next to a truck yesterday. He was super embarrassed to do it. But you'll notice in the picture, he's got his knees are dirty because he's been out working all day. So Will is definitely one that's going to get out with the crews. You will see him out there leading from the ground up. So we're very excited to have him on board. So thank you, Will. All right, we'll go ahead and get started with some of the ongoing VDOT things. The first slide here after Will's slide is relating to debris removal. So as you all are very aware, the January 3rd storm brought some significant damage in relation to our roadways and the trees and debris that have fallen into the road. I know Rappahannock Electric here was working very steadily over that week to try and get everybody back the power back on. And in that same vein, we were working very quickly along with them to try and get these roads open to traffic. That is our first and really only goal when it comes to down trees, is to make sure that the emergency services can get to where they need to go. With that, we estimated 360,000 cubic yards of debris. So that equates to 27,000 dump truck loads. 27,000 dump trucks worth of debris in the 3 counties that we work with here, Stafford, Spotsylvania, and Caroline counties. So I know you all have, in fact, I've spoken to many of you. You've seen a lot of our contractors out there working hard. We have hired contractors to come in, 90 contractors currently out there on the road 7 days a week removing debris from the sides of the road. They are fully removing it. They're taking it to our areas. They're grinding it up and taking it to the landfills. So I would just let you all know this, we're focusing on the interstate and the primaries first, as we would because of the volume of traffic. But we are going to be shifting our focus here within the next 30 days. And you've seen them on some of the secondaries already, but we should finish up the interstate and be finishing up some of the primaries within the next month, at which point you will see us heavily on the secondary roads. So this will take several months. I just ask for your patience to bear with us as our contractor continues to remove debris along our roadways. The next slide here is in relation to Ladysmith Road. This is Ladysmith Road 639 out at Partlow. This is a smart scale project intended to change the stop condition. This stop condition will be now on the Partlow side, the 738, and the through traffic will continue on through from Ladysmith Road straight. That stop condition has changed. This project is under construction with J.L. Kent and Sons, and it is slated to be finished in fall of 2022. The next project here is the Ladysmith Road widening between 95 and Route 1. That also has been awarded and is under construction. We did have the groundbreaking ceremony in February 16th, as Mr. Thomas had discussed. You can see the nice picture here of everybody out at the groundbreaking. It was a great event. I appreciate everybody coming out. Like I said, J.L. Kent also has that project, and they are slated to be finished with that one in 2024. There's a lot of things that have to go on with that. As you all are very aware, there's some development in the area, so we're coordinating with the locality, the Caroline County administration, and your team here has been great as we've been dealing with a lot of the developer issues and just making sure that we're coordinating on all accounts as things get phased in. So the next slide here is the project update. This is a smart scale project for the US 1 and Chase Street. This is to change some of the crossovers in relation to the 301 study from the arterial preservation plan. This was awarded smart scale money in the last round of 11.8 million. I will say no work is going on this one as of yet, and you all will know well in advance before that time comes where we are spending money on that project. The next slide here is actually a Richmond district project. These are some superstructure repairs for the westbound bridge. Traffic has been maintained at all times. They're essentially everything that's horizontal on the bridge is getting a facelift, if you will. So they're doing some repairs out there. That started in May of 2020, and it should be complete in spring of 2022. Next slide here is Route 743 bridge replacement over South River. This project has been completed by Burley Construction in October of 2021. So this will probably be the last time you see this slide. On the next one, we just recently finished Route 665 Dodge City. This was a State Forces project where they replaced the bridge in its entirety. That was done by State Forces. So very, very nice product that we have there.
Why does that look like a river? You know, I know who lives there now. When you look at this picture, it looks like a real waterfront piece of property with that bridge. Just to take note.
Yes, sir.
It looks wonderful.
Good, good. Thank you. I appreciate that. And I'll pass that on to the crews as well, Mr. Seeley. The next slide here is in relation to the I-95 rest area parking extension. This is going to take the current 20 truck parking spots and add 25 for a total of 45. You see a nice picture from the top of the hill of the ongoing project. We're very excited to have 25 extra spots at this I-95 rest area southbound. That's scheduled to be completed in the summer. The next slide here is Route 1 over South River. This project essentially is, we did an inspection within the last couple of years here, and we had some concerns relating to the weight on the bridge. We don't want to be in a situation where we're posting bridges on Route 1. So what this project will do, again, we'll call it a facelift. We're going to be reinforcing some beams out there and then removing a lot of the asphalt that has built up over time. We'll call it dead dead loads. As we go and we resurface, every time you resurface, that's additional weight on top of a bridge. So with this project, that'll rectify some of those issues so that we don't have to post a bridge on Route 1. Construction is planned for spring of 2022. You all will have all of that information well in advance. As always, I'll coordinate with our local first responders. Traffic will be maintained at all times through this area, but more information to come on that, as it is planned to be starting construction in spring of 2022, complete in early 2023. This next one, this is a new one here, which again is just like the last one. When we talk about these bridge projects, I'll make sure that I get that information out to the first responders well in advance. Route 640 Smoots Road over Miracosta Creek and Smoots Pond. There are actually two locations where they cross over a creek. This is the what I'll call the more southern part, closer towards 641. We are going to be closing this bridge, and I will distribute that detour. This is another State Forces bridge project that we're going to be a full replacement. We are scheduled to start this in 2022, and it will be closed for 3 to 4 months. And I will distribute again that detour plan out to everybody and make sure everybody's well aware. We'll have message boards up ahead of the closure. Next slide here is 652 over Polecat Creek. This is Coolwater Drive. As Mr. Thomas said, we had an inspection, I guess it was last week, and we had to immediately close the bridge. We had 3 beams that showed some significant deterioration. It is currently, or it was currently posted for 4 tons, so not a lot was happening on that bridge as is. We have sent that plan out to the first responders. Originally, it was scheduled to go to add for construction in July. We are currently looking very closely to see what we can do to speed that process up. But the project that was supposed to be advertised in July was going to be a full year. So I imagine that this project that we're looking to advertise early is going to be the very same. So as soon as we have an advertisement date and a start of construction date, I will push that out to everybody. But it is closed as of right now, the detour being Route 1 to 207 and back up to Coolwater Drive. The next slide have some projects that we're finishing up and additionally have slated for this year. First is the Rural Rustic. This one was completed last year at Caroline Village, but we also are coming back with the resurfacing schedule with surface treatment to do another lift of surface treatment in the subdivision. So that way, it just added structure onto the road. We do that with many of our Rural Rustics and our Rural Additions. The next one is a Rural Addition, which is, as of when we started these conversations about a year ago, was not a state road. Well, we've gone through this process, and through the Rural Addition process, we're able to get it added at no cost to the citizens out there. Shepherd Hill Road, we have the permits obtained, and we are planning to grade and resurface in 2022, and that will be a state road maintained by VDOT. And then this last one here is Route 631 Farmer Drive, not too far from the area headquarters, just up the road here on Route 2. There's an intersection alignment project that we're working on that's going to realign that Y intersection so it comes out at more of a 90-degree.
So you think that'll be done this year?
That is the plan. Yes, sir.
Great.
Yep, we're working on the ENS right now, and similar to all the other projects, we'll make sure that we communicate the plan of attack once we have it when we get a little closer towards the construction date.
Okay.
Mr. Bates, will that also take care of that sort of blind hill that's right there? There's a little knoll if you're coming out to make a left to go to Bowling Green. There's a little bump there that you can't see until
part of the
something's
Y.
right there.
Yep, so that whole thing will be realigned. Route 2 obviously isn't going to change, but that whole road will be in a different location essentially.
Okay.
So. The next slide here is the 2022 resurfacing schedule. So this has been put in front of you all before, but just to reiterate some of the key notes here, we have the sections of 207 from the, excuse me, from 301, the bypass, essentially, the 207 Bowling Green bypass. Then we also have a section of 207 from Colonial Road back to 301 where the bypass is. We also have a couple sections of 301 on here that you'll notice. And then there's a section of 639 Ladysmith Road from I-95 to American Way. Those are some of the plant mix. We also have various surface treatment routes, Menarche, Stump Road, Penny Lane. This is for you all to take a look at. That's what we'll have coming up this summer. We're currently working on our 23 schedule. We've just sent some of that out and finalized those routes to be put out to contract. Yes, sir.
What does resurfacing really mean?
Sure. Good question. Resurfacing kind of means any and all treatment. So when I say resurfacing, that doesn't necessarily mean asphalt. What that could mean is a preventative maintenance treatment. It could be slurry, it could be cape seal, it could be surface treatment. There's various different treatments that we utilize to maintain existing pavement.
Okay, so it doesn't mean
does not mean
asphalt.
blacktop asphalt. And what you'll see is over on the right, there's a section that says treatment, PM being plant mix and ST being surface treatment. And I don't see any cape seal on here for this schedule. So you can see which ones are plant mix and which ones are surface treatment.
Okay.
The higher volume roadways obviously are getting the asphalt because they get the truck traffic, they get the structural traffic, we'll call it, and obviously the volume of traffic.
AS would have been asphalt.
PM, plant mix. Yep.
Yeah.
No, you said PM is plant mix. That's asphalt. Okay.
Plant mix is blacktop asphalt.
Blacktop, okay.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
And surface treatment being a tar, you'll hear it called tar and chip.
Right.
Essentially stone and tar mixed together and put down in lifts. All right, the next one here, Mr. Seeley, I believe this one had come from you. We did cut the shoulders on 207 and restripe some sections of the bike lane there. So that one is done. The left being the before picture, the right being the after picture where the shoulder has been clipped. And that was the last as far as the projects, but the one other thing I had, I know I talked about the 207. I had a slide in for that. Didn't have a slide for but the Sunshine Road restrictions, those were put up in November. I think that was one more outstanding item that I had. That was done in November 2021 for the 40-foot length near the bridge. So that was, those are up. And that is it for me. Do you all have any questions or anything for me before I call it?
Ms. Thomas, I have a couple. Ms. Thomas?
I didn't really have a question, but I just wanted to say thank you to Mr. Bates. Mr. Bates called me, I guess, right after the engineer looked at Coolwater Drive and said, I'm going to have to close this road. I just want to let you know. So I appreciate that kind of communication. I appreciate the hard work that the staff has done. And I see those debris removal vehicles on Route 2 every week, and I think they're going to be there a while. But I do appreciate the hard work you guys have done. So thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. And I'll pass
Thank
that
you, Ms.
along to
Thomas.
the crews.
Mr. Seeley, anyone else have any comment?
I do have a comment.
Mr. Seeley?
Yeah. You and I still need to have an estimate talk on the Bowling Green by the project. You were going to get together the estimate for each one of the things that was potentially going to be done in that.
Sure. I've got it ready to go. We can sit down and
okay, because there's some folks need to sit down and look at that. So we'll set up an appointment then.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Black, or Mr. Black, and then Mr. Ford.
I just wanted to thank you for the debris. I mean, there's a lot of people that are asking about that. So, there's a lot of debris that's, some debris, as you know, like I know Landora Bridge Road, as well as, Ladysmith Road. Some of that debris is like right on top of the road.
Absolutely.
So there's no shoulder there because the debris is kind of there. So that creates kind of a dangerous situation if a car, on my way home from school today, I did see on Blockhouse Road in Spotsylvania, I did see that a crew was working hard, and I'm in huge dump trucks, so I do appreciate that. One thing I would like to, and we can do this offline, I would like to get you with this really looks real, what you did in Bowling Green. That looks really nice, the bike path that you've got going on alongside of the road. And I'd like to sit down with you and maybe talk about if we could do something with the, in the western part of the county, we have these major subdivisions. You've got Lake Caroline, you've got Ladysmith Village, and then you've got Lake Landor, and then you've got the Ladysmith Road's going to expand, and so we're going to have more commercial. So I think some people would like to be able to kind of bike in that area, especially along, for my constituents going down Lady Smith Road, it's really difficult right now. If there was a way that we could do something like this that safely for a bike, that would be really nice. So I'd like to get with you on that.
Sure, we can chat. The good news being with the Ladysmith widening, there will be a shared use path. So that is
Right.
fantastic news, but understanding that serves a small section of Ladysmith
Right.
Road. I will say that the bike path that's shown there, which I can't say when that was striped in, that is a very old standard, not something that we do these days. There needs to be a buffer space and some other things, but not to say that can't happen.
Right.
There may be transportation alternative projects that we can look at. I can work with staff and see if maybe that's something we could apply for.
Mr. Could you get with Mr. I'd like to set up an appointment with you and Mr. Fincham, and let's talk about that,
No
because
problem.
I think that the western part of connecting the subdivisions would be really nice. And I know some people within my community would be interested in working on that with you as well.
Sure.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Forehand?
Hello, couple quick questions. Just to confirm, the bridge for the Ladysmith widening project, that will go from 2 lanes to 3 lanes, correct?
I'd have to look back at the plans. I believe that there was some restriping involved.
Right.
There are going to be some further conversations relating to that bridge because there's some concerns with the left turn. If you were to turn from, let me get my bearing here, 639 Ladysmith Road heading westbound across the bridge.
Correct.
And turning left to go on to 95 southbound. There's a stacking issue with that. We can't extend that any further, or else we start to have some sight distance problems because it pushes the through lane closer towards the wall. And the people coming from the off ramp on 95 southbound cannot see the oncoming traffic. So there was a proposal for a signal at that location, not included with this project, but I know that there's some proffered funds, and Mr. Finch and I were actually just talking about it outside before I walked in. We're going to be discussing that a little further to see what kind of options we have, short of widening the bridge, which isn't on the horizon, we'll say, short of widening the bridge, we're looking to try and improve the existing conditions out there, and that may be something that we can move forward with. So I'll have to look at that. What I can do is send you the sketch for what that's going to look like once the 639 project is complete.
I remember seeing a sketch. It's just been a while, and that was what was stuck in my head. The rest areas on 95, are y'all adding any capacity for cars?
No, this is strictly for tractor trailers. As you very well know, there's a lot of tractor trailers that park on the shoulder and everything else. This is strictly for the tractor trailer park.
Okay. I also know that there's a lot of cars stacked up trying to find a parking place in the summertime. Okay. Is there a site within VDOT's website online to show posted speed limits for roadways?
Yes, there is. I can send you something. Sure.
Okay. It was just it's more of a curiosity on a couple different things.
Yeah, I know a site that I use. Now I'm questioning if that's out there available.
Is it public?
I know that there's something out there. I'll have to do some digging and I'll send you what I can.
And there was one other one, but I don't see where I wrote my notes. Durrett Road.
Mm-hmm.
Probably maybe that's starting to, the narrowness of it with the bus traffic that's now increased from schools being in. There's a few places where was just a few inches of asphalt off the edge has now crept about 18 inches into the roadway.
Okay.
And now if you're dodging that, then you're running the other car if there happens to be another car. Anyway, it's not a high traffic road, but there's probably 3 or 4 that need some attention. And I know this isn't the right forum to communicate that, but
no, it is.
I got you right in front of me right now.
I got a superintendent that's going to take a look at that.
So it's fortuitous. So that's it. Thank you very much.
Perfect.
Thank you, Mr. Forehand. Mrs. Long?
Ms. Highcall, maybe we should be thinking about 4 lanes. Just putting it out there.
Mm-hmm.
The ditches in our wonderful spot on 17, I guess that's west of 301. I noticed after when all the snow started melting, it's starting to back up again, and we're getting towards spring weather. So those ditches need to be cleaned out again.
Sure. The beautiful part about this is that Mr. Middlebrook was the crew leader in Farmers Area Headquarters when we first started talking about that location about 6 or 7 years ago. So things come back around, don't they?
Yeah. Yeah, we need to
So
get another dry well in there somewhere.
he'll take another look at that and we'll get that onto the
Thank
schedule.
you.
Thank you, Mrs. Long. Mr. Bates, certainly thank you for all VDOT does, and we look forward to your next.
Could I ask him one thing?
Mr. Tom?
Yes, sir.
I forgot to ask you about the ditch maintenance project. We were gonna get a schedule because I had one in particular, Panola Road.
Yes. So we are working on that, Mr. Thomas. I do owe you that. The beautiful part being that I have Mr. Middlebrook here who is already well aware of the ditching plan. He has the short-term roads that he's working on now, which are included on the board report. But we're going to have a long-term plan that I do owe you. And so give me by the next board meeting, absolutely.
I will touch base with you,
Sure.
you know, between now and then, because we've got other things to talk about, so.
I will say that he's got,
Thank you.
in the immediate future, he's got Jericho, Landora Bridge, and Anderson Mill on his ditching plan. So he's gonna be working on that over the next month, 2 months.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Underwood, would you ask Mr. Middlebrook to send us all cards so we have his number up fast on?
Yep. Mr. Middlebrook, could you send us all your card, so we'd have it available, so we need 6.
I'll send an
All right, thank you.
email out so
right.
everybody has this content.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Bates. Appreciate all you do.
Thank you all.
I'd ask for a space on the agenda for just a presentation to several gentlemen. The county took on a project for schools to redo the softball field, and I think Mr. Thomas is one of the first people to bring that up, that we really needed to take a look at that and fix it for the young ladies. And if I could have Scott Mosier, Travis Nutter, Chief Loftus, and Mr. Whiteman to come forward, please. No.
Come on.
The only way you pull this off is to not tell them.
It wasn't me. Gentlemen, on behalf of the Caroline County Board of Supervisors, I'd like to say we personally thank you for taking time from your schedule to complete a project for our Caroline County High School that the Board of Supervisors took on, but I know that you guys personally took your personal time on weekends, Saturdays, Sundays, sometimes in the cold, to do an outstanding job and save the county almost $100,000 in this project. It's because of citizens like you that this county is great. You are the kind of servants that we all aspire to be. And so I just thought our board should just say thank you to these gentlemen for going above and beyond. So I have an award for you, a certificate of appreciation. I should call it the Extra Mile Award, because you guys truly, truly have gone the extra mile to make sure this project came to fruition and is nothing but excellent. So I want to say thank you, and I have a plaque for each one of you. So I just want to give them a round of applause.
Not good for bald-headed people.
We're putting you in the shadow.
Smile, Kevin. I thought so. Come on. Come on. Now you're in the right line. I'm gonna say I don't tell. That longer. There you go. Thank you. Great job. It's good now. Oh, thank you, sir. Absolutely. Yeah, Doug, Kevin, you figure out. Right. That's right, no hard feelings, no relief. Yes. Thank you for indulging us, but it's always nice to recognize folks for doing outstanding work for the county and within the county. Yep. If you would indulge me just for another minute, Mr. Black, who's on the JWRC,
Yes,
George
Mr. Chair.
Washington Commission.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I just want to take a minute. We have the Executive Director of the George Washington Regional Commission here in the audience. Mr. Boyles, if you'd like to come down and say hello real quick, that would be great. So thank you for coming. Mr. Boyles took on the role a few months ago, and he has been hit the ground running, and he's done an excellent job so far.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Black is the chair of the GWRC. So I wasn't expecting to say anything, but thank you for having me. My name is Chip Boyles, and as was said, the executive director for the George Washington Regional Commission since November 1st. We're really happy to be here and work with both you and your staff. We've already had the pleasure of having Kevin even do some volunteer work up for us already, giving some advice. So we're taking full advantage of the hospitality and good nature of some of your employees. But we're very happy to be here and to continue working with y'all. And we certainly appreciate the volunteerism from Mr. Black and Mr. Seeley with their service on our board. So thank you all.
Thank you, and welcome to Caroline County.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Next, our consent agenda.
We have an appointment.
I'm sorry, you do have an appointment.
Yes.
I looked at the recreation. We do have one appointment to
One
the,
motion. Mr. Underwood, I would move that we appoint Deborah Serler as the Health Department representative to the Children's Services Act Committee.
second.
Act Community Policy and
Second.
Management.
All right, there's a motion, a second, that we appoint Ms. Serler to the Children's Services Act. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Ayes have it. Consent agenda, item number 3.
Mr. Chairman, I want additional information on H that maybe I could discuss with Mr. Cully during the break, and we could come back to it.
Okay,
But if no one else has a question, I'll move for the approval of agenda items A through G and agenda item I
Second.
on the consent.
all right, there's a motion to approve agendas A through G and I. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. You want to come back to after the break?
After the break, yeah, I'm gonna ask him.
All right, I want to go ahead and do closed session if we can. So, okay. We only have 20 minutes, but that'll get
I
started.
think we should get it well fresh.
Yeah. Yep.
You have the motion, Mr. Black.
All right, Ray. I move that this board convene in close meeting pursuant to the prospective business and investment of public funds exemptions of sections 2.2, 3711, A5, and A6 of the Code of Virginia to discuss a prospective business and economic development project in the county requiring the investment of public funds about which no previous public announcement has been made, and the contract negotiation exemption of section 2.2, 3711, A29 of the Code of Virginia to discuss the terms or scope of the contract negotiations relating to the project where discussion in open session would be adversely affect the bargaining position or negotiation strategy of the board.
Second.
It's been moved and second that we go into closed session. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? We are now in closed session. We will be in closed session and try to return as quickly, as close to 7:30 as possible. Thank you.
I move that the Caroline County Board of Supervisors certify that to best of each board member's knowledge, one, only public business matters lawfully exempted from the open meeting requirement by Virginia law were discussed in closed meeting to which this certification applies. And two, only such public business matters as were identified in the motion convening the closed session were heard, discussed, or considered by the board.
Second.
Yeah.
So there's been a motion and proper second that we come out of closed session. All in favor, say aye.
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 Mr. Now certification.
Certification.
All right. Mr. Thomas, do you so certify that?
I so certify.
Ms. Long, you so certify?
I so certify.
Mr. Sealy, you so certify?
I so certify.
Mr. Black, you so certify?
I so certify.
And I so certify. Mr. Forehand, you so certify?
I so certify.
Thank you. Next on the agenda is our one item before we left to go into closed session, and that's under our consent agenda, item number H. Mr. Thomas.
Mr. Chairman, after consultation with Ms. Smith and Mr. Parton, I would move the approval of agenda item H.
There's a motion that we moved to accept agenda item number H. Is there a second?
Second.
Proper motion and second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Consent agenda carries. Next on the agenda is the public comments. Public comment is a period of time where the citizens of the county speak to the board on any matter that is not scheduled for public hearing at this meeting. The public comment should be for 3 minutes, speak directly to the board. Comments should address any issue that you wish to speak about the county, not to the individual board member. Please state your name, your voting district, and the matter which you wish to speak. At this time, public comment is now open.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman. My name is John Hudson, and I live at 29350 Signboard Road. Are we allowed to speak about is the comment period
Yes.
closed for the,
Yes.
okay. Well, my comment is that Goochland County denied the fair permit, the event permit for the festival down there. It was unanimous. It was 5-0. They want to move it to West Creek in 2019. And the same exact problems we have, the public safety, the noise, and last summer, as you know, was not pleasant for us. And we would like to find out, I would like to give the members of the board, I've got copies of this and
Mr. Parton.
And I'm not going to read all of the comments. I would just like you to look at that, the concerns from my neighbors and everybody else involved in this process. Because as you know, my house is about 800, 900 yards from the back of that stage. And I'm not going through another summer of that concert down there. It's just, it's ridiculous. And then the fact that then the state fair comes in for 10 days and we got a music down there again that's even closer to my back door. And anyway, I hope you consider what we have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hudson. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak during public comment?
Hi, good evening. Ann Middlebrook, Reedy Church District, Reggie.
Good evening.
Good evening. I live next to the MEP on approximately 30 acres on which my husband and I have owned and paid Caroline County property taxes for approximately 20 years. I remember my strong desire to own this property when I felt such tranquility sitting by the creek, the wind ruffling leaves and branches and trees that seemed as old as time itself. And my property is really, really special to me, and it's not easily replaceable by any means. However, the experience of the 2021 after-hours concert series really caused me several episodes of anxiety, and I'll tell you why. I had concert goers pulling into my driveway, doing three-point turns on my grass, throwing empty alcohol containers out of their window that I had to pick up the litter after they were gone. I also had moments when I couldn't deal with the noise. I couldn't deal with my windows rattling. There was nowhere in my home, nowhere on my property I could get away from that noise. I ask that our values be respected, and I'm really struggling to see evidence that we have that we're getting that from the board. And I have two requests that I would like you to consider to help maybe turn this around. The first one is to assure that in the meeting minutes for tonight's meeting, that our concerns and feedback are appropriately documented. Last month, the notes said, quote, "The 2021 events generated some neighborhood issues primarily with noise," end quote. That's not adequate. That's not what we said. That's not what my neighbors had to say to you last month. I was not here, but that's not the only thing that they had to say. The other thing that I'd like to ask for is could we see the permit? Could we see the permit rules and regulations and the plans that go with that permit for last year and for what's being proposed on this year? We don't know what it says. And without knowing what it says, we don't know what to expect. So even if you decide to go forward with it, we don't know what's coming. You know, my bond lies in the golden rule, and there's no replacement for compassion and emotional intelligence when you're dealing with people and their very personal interests, and our homes are our interests. And I just hope that you all will give this serious consideration and give us a sense of validation and acknowledgement that our voices are heard and that our values are respected. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak?
Chairman Underwood and board members, I'm Kathleen Hudson, resident also of Reedy Church, and my husband John, we live very close to Meadow Event Park. And I wanted to address the continued push to have fireworks at the Meadow Event Park property. I have very great concerns about even, a single stray spark coming and doing a lot of damage in that area, whether they would have the fireworks, farther away from us or whatever. It only takes one spark to really cause a big problem. There are huge ravines next to me and all around. There's a lot of deadfall wood, and leaves everywhere. And if there was a spark that would light up those things, I don't think there's any way they could put a fire out that it wouldn't affect my house and my neighbors because of this deadfall and no access for fire departments to get in there. I mean, they're 100-year floodplain type steep hills. So I can't even imagine how devastating it would be if there was a forest fire. And we've all seen brush fires on the interstate, and it closes them down sometimes. You can see the burn marks for a long time afterwards, even when they might have a rapid response to get those out. If they weren't able to get them out quickly, we have volunteer rescue and fire, and maybe not all of those people are available. If they have fireworks, I understand they probably have fire engines there. But then where's the water source like they have over at King's Dominion, where they built a pond in order to have that water to, put out anything over there? So I want to ask a question of all of you. Who do we send the bills to if our properties are damaged? Do we send it to you, the board, and the county? Or do we send it over to Meadow Event Park and to Farm Bureau for them to take care of our losses? And I would just ask that you would consider with your vote, especially on fireworks, think if it was your house right next door and the potential for a fire and burning it down. My husband and I built our house with our own hands from the ground up. It's a post and beam house. Everybody's house is irreplaceable, but I feel that mine is, really extra special because of us building it ourselves. And I just would ask for your vote to not allow fireworks. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hudson.
Good evening, Mr. Chair.
Good evening.
Members of the board. I'm Gabby Farnsworth from the Reedy Church District, and I'm also talking about the concert series. It appears to me that the lines have shifted. Last month, we talked about 21 concerts on a Saturday, not during the week and not back to back. And now we're looking at 25 concerts back to back during the week, on the weekends. It's basically whenever. It seems to be a free for not all, a free for them. And then they're going to release 17,000 drunks into our neighborhood. I think this is nothing short of mayhem. The noise ordinance is supposed to protect the residents' health, safety, welfare, prosperity, and peace and quiet of Caroline County and its inhabitants. We are here as your residents asking to be protected from this mayhem. You're giving them an exemption under Chapter 49 festivals. I think this is a misuse of the exemption. These are not festivals. By their own definition, it's a concert series. A festival happens and then it's over with. This is not a 6 months long, this is a 6 months long ordeal. And neither the Meta Event Park nor the Event Makers USA are residents of this county. Event Maker USA actually does not invest in this county. We, the residents, have invested and are investing every day in this county as we live here, pay our taxes, and work on our properties. Event Maker USA is using this county and giving a payoff for abusing the residents in the process of making their profit. They have no stake in this county. Henrico County was already mentioned, denied their permit for the same issues that we brought before you and are bringing again now. We should not look at the revenue from this concert as the holy grail of Caroline County. If we need more revenue, why don't we tap into billion-dollar industries that would actually invest in this county in a substantial manner and go along with rural preservation, steady jobs for residents, revenues that will make this look like small change. But these kind of decisions, I think, are a crossroads for Caroline County, because if you let the county be used and you don't protect the residents, you're not going to attract those kinds of industries. Aside from that, in terms of the noise ordinance, the Virginia noise ordinance states that no person shall permit, operate, or cause any source of sound or sound generation to create a sound that is audible and discernible in any other person's residential dwelling with the doors and windows closed. So you may have listened to us last time, but I don't think we're necessarily heard. I'm at a loss in terms of where is any accountability, where is any transparency, like with the fireworks and for the state fair being put in under the staff report under this permit. There doesn't seem to be any cooperation, any collaboration. Where's, we brought up issues like the liability, for example. A noise study was requested. We don't know if that has been done or what the outcome was or if not. The conditions for the fire, that the fire marshal, the fireworks, they have not changed. So we're asking for more collaboration, more consideration, more transparency, more accountability. And again, I'm asking here, I'm standing before you as a resident of Caroline County, asking for your protection from this mayhem and formally requesting a noise study, a safety study, and a traffic study as the due diligence process that should be done before any permits are issued. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
did we have a public hearing on this last meeting?
Excuse me?
Wouldn't,
This is not public
There's
hearing.
not a
This is
public-
the,
okay.
right.
All right.
It's a discussion permit, which we'll come to later on.
Okay, I just making
But
sure
they
it
have a
wasn't a
right to-
public hearing last meeting.
No.
Okay,
This is
just
their
make sure.
comments, and then we'll discuss the permit application later on in the agenda. Yes, ma'am.
Karen Stoll, and I'm in the Reedy Creek District. And I love living in the country. That is why I moved to Caroline County. There's a lot of disadvantages living in the country, such as no hospitals, medical professionals, grocery stores, department stores, hardware stores, restaurants, movie theaters. Within walking distance, you have to drive miles to get to them. You have to haul your trash to the dump. There's no garbage pickup. Internet access is hit or miss. There is no broadband. When a storm hits and knocks the power out and drops trees in our roads, we are last on the list to get our power back and our roads cleared. We need to buy expensive generators and get chainsaws out and clear the roads ourselves sometimes. I already knew all these disadvantages, but I gladly accepted them for the benefits of country living offers. Less traffic and roads relatively safe from drunks pouring out of bars and endangering my life, property, and livestock as they drive on my roads. Peace and quiet so I could open my windows and enjoy the outdoors without loud music and busy streets. A safe environment where you could even leave your keys in your car and your doors unlocked. Plenty of room to ride my horse or raise other animals in peace and quiet. I'm here to tell you that this concert series, as it is, has seriously jeopardized all of the benefits of country living. We now have substantially more traffic, more dangerous drivers on our roads. There are no limits on the amount of alcohol sold to concert goers by the concert vendors. And while there's a large police force at the venue, they only see the concert goers when they leave the immediate area of the venue and not when they're driving our roads. Many of the concert goers' driving ability may be severely compromised, which puts us in danger. We now have to listen to incredibly loud booming bass for hours and as many as 4 times a week. The bass is so loud that it shakes the windows. So now we can't have our windows open in nice weather, and even when we close them, the sound's still loud and very disturbing. We no longer can enjoy being outside because of that loud, disturbing reverberation. Riding my horse is no longer possible when the concerts are going on, and the calendar for the concerts indicates that they are to start at 6, and the bass noise starts as early as 3 p.m. and continues till the concert's over. And it's not just sound checks. I don't know what's going on, but it doesn't stop. Therefore, as a tax-paying citizen of Caroline County, I'm asking you to correct this situation and return us to the peace and security we moved here to obtain. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening,
Good evening, Ms.
Karen
Lambert.
Lambert, Reed Church. I just have basically everything they've said, but also just a few other things. I found it very difficult to find exactly what you were voting on today because of the number of changes and the number of references. There's no clear, concise, complete document that I could find that I would have loved to been able to see what it actually is. Also, the festival noise, in reading the things that are posted online, there were varying decibels alluded to, 65, 55. One paper even said that it had been, that it had just been anything. There was no, in a statement from Sheriff Lippa in response. And then I also had a question because this concert series is basically renting, and this varies to either 6 acres or 11 acres. Then does the noise ordinance pertain to that alone? Because in the noise ordinance, it says to the edge of their property. So is that where the noise should be monitored at? Or is it at the end of the Meadow event property? Because those lines vary. There was a pyrotechnic permit alluded to in there, but everything else states that there should be no fireworks except during the 10 days of the fair, and that was up to 4 days. And then we have the gentleman's agreement not to even do that. So I don't even know why that's being allowed to be put in there. I have a question on the safety when it states that any alcohol or any illegal drugs will be prosecuted to the fullest extent. But if someone has a weapon, they're asked just to take it back to their car, and I'd be more concerned about a weapon going back and being still on property than I would be about an illegal drug. It also states in the festival permit application that anyone under the age of 18 must have a parent or guardian with them at all times. I don't know how they would enforce that, but that should be checked then upon entry. Also had a problem with it says that the concerts will go on rain or shine, but we all know a lot of them did have large rain delays. And I was also concerned that the festival also said that there only can be 8 hours of music in a 24-hour period. And when you have these multi-day concerts, especially the 2 4-day-long concerts, that who's going to monitor that? And that is punishable by a fine, jail. It is a misdemeanor. So again, as was already said, a lot of the conversation last month was that, especially from Mr. Thomas and Mr. Underwood, trying to limit the number of weekdays and also the back-to-back concerts. And as of right now, there are 9 midweek concerts. That's either Tuesday, Wednesday, or Thursday. There are 9 of them in that from May. Well, actually, it's none in May, so June through September, there are 9 of those. 4 2-day back-to-back concerts and 2 4-day-long concerts. And I don't know what went wrong, but from the discussion last time to end up with that being what is getting voted on, to me is just unbearable. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lambert. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak? Is there anyone else who'd like to speak during public comment? Is there anyone else who'd like to speak? Seeing no one coming forward, public comment is closed. I would just like to say we're going to discuss this further under agenda item number 9, where hopefully some of your concerns will be addressed then, but it's not for me to address during public comment. We take the information and we will discuss it when we get to agenda item number 9. Next on the agenda is public hearings. First on the agenda is a proposed amendment to Chapter 92 of the Code of Caroline County. Mr. Fincham.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, I am pleased to report that we have no solar energy project public hearings tonight, thanks to the applicant's request for the deferral.
Okay.
Your first public hearing is a public hearing for proposed amendment to Chapter 92 of the Code of Caroline County, which relates to public utilities. Specifically, the amendment would amend Section 92-16 to include the septic pump out language is required by the state related to septic pump out of drain fields located in a Chesapeake Bay preservation area. We introduced this to the board at the last meeting. It's really something we have to do as a next step in our Chesapeake Bay program, and that would be the purpose of the amendment tonight.
Before now, Mr. Finch, I have one question before we open up the public hearing.
Yes, sir.
So this is going to make it mandatory every 5 years?
It's already mandatory every 5 years.
So what is the notification process and what happens if
We
you
send
don't?
out notifications early each year. In 2021, it was the Bowling Green District. We sent out notices, I believe it was the end of January, to all property owners that were identified that had their drain fields and houses within Chesapeake Bay Preservation Area.
Is that everybody involved? Is that everybody?
No, it's just ones with drain fields.
But I mean, is that everybody in the Bowling Green District?
No,
with
you
drain
have
fields?
properties that are not in a Chesapeake Bay Preservation Area. So the notices only go to properties that are designated as being within a Chesapeake Bay Preservation Area.
Can you give me a rough delineation of where those are?
Mr. Fincham, if I can help in the town of Port Royal, it's the one block between the river, and it's one block deep, and it runs through the river. That's our resource-sensitive area in the town.
Yeah, it's going to be, remember you have two elements. You have the resource protection area,
right,
which are your perennial streams, wetlands contiguous there too. You then have resource management areas, which is a 300-foot landward strip of land contiguous to the RPA. I can get you a map.
I just think we need to inform, because when we talk about this, it sounds like everybody.
Yeah, no.
And it's not.
No, we just actually started our second 5-year program for notifying property owners about the septic pump out. We are now in our 6th year of doing this.
Okay, I haven't gotten any calls, but I'm just, when I read this and saw 5 years, I couldn't decide where those were in the Bowling Green District.
Yeah, I can get you a map which shows you the boundaries. That's no problem.
Okay.
Mr. Fincham, you sent those out. Most of us know who are part of that, I believe, because you sent it out.
Sure.
To remind us.
I just don't remember the map, so I just need a map for this.
I'll send you a map out.
That'd be great.
It may not have all the structures on it, but you'll at least be able to see the boundaries, where the
Yes.
major roads are, et cetera, et
Okay.
cetera.
All right.
So what this would do, we're already doing the septic pump out program.
Right.
Again, we're on year 6. We've got people that haven't responded. As part of our program review, the state agency is saying you need to start taking a more aggressive approach in dealing with people that don't respond to your initial, letter or 2 letters that we send. So that's what this would allow us to do, cross-reference that.
All right.
Board members, I'd like to go ahead and open up the public hearing. So the public hearing for the proposed amendment to Chapter 92 of the Code of Caroline regarding sewer changes to the Chesapeake Bay septic pump out program is now open. Is there anyone who'd like to speak regarding this matter? Is there anyone who'd like to speak regarding this matter? Yes, sir,
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
John Hudson from Reedy Church District. Is the pump out program, does that involve just the gravity flow septic tanks, or does it involve both the pump tanks? Because with the pump tank system, there's 2,000 gallon tanks, and the gravity flow is one 1,000 gallon tank. So which one are we? I'm just curious.
It may involve one or the other. He sat back down. You're right. Under a gravity tank, there's only the one tank.
Right.
Under the where you have a pressure system or a pump system, there are the 2 tanks, as Mr. Hudson referenced. Typically, some septic haulers will pump both.
But I think the question is, does this What we're discussing tonight, does it include both?
It would include both.
That's the question.
Now, it does not include alternative systems,
Right.
which are your engineered systems.
I think that's what his question is it
Yes,
the one or the two?
it would
Okay.
involve either
Gotcha.
the pump or
Or
gravity.
Thank you, Mr. Fincher. Does that answer your question, Ms. Hutt? Okay, thank you. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak regarding this matter? Is there anyone else who'd like to speak regarding this matter? Is there anyone else who'd like to speak regarding this matter? Seeing no one coming forward, the public hearing on Chapter 92 of the Code of Caroline regarding sewer is closed. Board members, how would you like to proceed? We need to take this to public hearing, I believe. We need to vote on it, then take the. I'm sorry, we need to vote. Forgive me, Mike.
Mr. Fincham, since you're up here, how do you want this motion worded? Do you want it to adopt the text amendment 01-2022?
That would be fine.
So moved.
So there's a motion that we adopt text amendment 01-2022. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion been properly second. Question, yeah, discussion.
Mr. Fincham? Yeah, discussion. Mr. Fincham?
Yes, sir.
I would imagine for like my district, this is like all the homes. Does this affect every single home or just the homes around? We're just talking about just the homes around the lake. So everyone like on the landor side with a septic?
It would not affect every individual lot, no. There are lots within both Lake Landor and Lake Caroline that technically are not within Chesapeake Bay Preservation Area.
So you're really kind of talking on the homes closest to the lake?
Or tributaries there too, which are maybe designated, that's correct.
All right, so I guess I just had some details with this, just some questions. So so this is saying like we have to get it pumped out every 5 years. Is that what we're saying here?
Right now, you have to get them pumped out every 5 years.
Right.
We've been doing that for, I said, on year 6. There are no penalties in our ordinance if you don't pump it out.
Right.
This is the cross-reference between the zoning ordinance and the sewer ordinance that would then allow us to proceed with notices.
So most people, I guess, yes. So I guess most people will, like in the lake, for myself, I'm one of them, but I don't think I'm probably in that area. Most people will call a company, say, hey, I need, and have like you have someone that inspects it, your system every year. Mine, it doesn't have to be pumped very often. So is that like this? Is that when the company sends because people are going to ask about this, the company then send a letter to you saying, hey, look, because let's say mine has to be pumped every 7 or 8 years. I'm not going to get a letter from the county or a fine from the county, or correct? I mean, how is that going to work?
You'll get a letter from the county if you don't respond to the first 2 letters that we send you. Then you'll get a notice.
That will ask them to prove that they have had it pumped out. Is that correct?
Right. So typically,
the first letter.
You'll get a receipt.
Right, that you send.
Okay, from the septic hauler. All you need to do is provide us a copy of that receipt.
Don't they usually send it to you directly though?
The septic hauler is not necessarily. They'll report that information to Mr. Schiebel's office when they go to dispose of the septage. There's a septage log there that we also check on to make sure that, when we send second notices out, that it may have been disposed of and we just didn't get a copy of it.
So let's just say this year, 2022, I get it pumped out. I won't get anything, or I don't need to provide anything to the county until 2027?
That's correct. 5 years.
Okay. Even though some could require it to be pumped out earlier?
Pardon?
Even though some might be required to be pumped out earlier?
Just resets the clock. So.
Yeah. I mean,
I'm just saying. Yeah. I mean, the 5 year. It depends. I mean, because all I'm saying is the reality behind it is if you're one person living in a home versus 6 people living in a home or 5 people living in a home, that's going to have different pump out rates.
That is correct. Yes, sir.
So the 5 year, I understand what you're trying to get at, but at the same time, the 5 year is not a magic. It's
No, you
dependent
could
on-
have it inspected and it'd be determined that you don't need to have your system pumped out, in which case we will accept that as well.
Right.
That's correct.
But at a minimum, maximum, you can only go that 5-year period.
Right.
So within that 5-year period, you have to have that inspection or the pump that says it's needed.
Right.
But you need the documentation that goes back to their office.
Okay, so one other scenario here, I'm just trying to understand this. So 5 years, I haven't had it pumped out, so I'm using my case. I get the letter from the company that it doesn't need to be pumped out. Am I gonna need to get a letter every subsequent year now saying it doesn't need to be pumped out? Because I'm beyond the 5 years. So at year 5, I've sent you a letter, 2022, 2027, county says, hey, I'm supposed to have this thing pumped out. I get a letter after 5 years, or the company provides me something saying you don't need to have it pumped out this year.
That's correct.
Am I gonna need to provide you I don't need another letter for 5 years?
5 years. It's what the code says is it has to be pumped out or inspected and deemed to be functioning satisfactorily every 5 years.
And you'll know that you.
Oh, yeah, I understand that. It just seems, yeah, okay.
But the 5 years.
I don't disagree with you on.
It just, I mean, having my system work well and then being pumped out are kind of two different things.
Correct.
Having need to be pumped out. I mean, I can need my.
That's what the ordinance says, though. Either pumped out or inspected to say it's functioning well.
Right.
So.
I get it, but I'm just saying it's just that's two separate entities, though.
Right, and that's what's in the ordinance.
But this is not really something the county really wants to do or has to do. We're responding to the Chesapeake Bay Act.
Right.
That's all it really is, and they're the ones that set the 5-year time,
It just seems to me, I don't know, I guess I can talk to you offline about it, but it just seems a little bit, I think people will be confused about this. I gotta be honest with you. I do feel like it'll add a layer of confusion to them. So I don't know if there's a way that we
I got the letter. It's pretty,
And we've been doing it for 6
simple.
years.
It's not a complicated letter at all.
So if you didn't get a letter last time, you probably won't this time, Jeff.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
So there's a motion and a second.
Mr. Pardon asked that you specifically refer to amending Chapter 92 in your motion.
All right, Ms. Long, could I get you to amend your motion
I will.
to include Chapter 92 of the Code of Caroline?
Yes, I will amend my motion to include section 92-16, pumping and disposal of sludge in chapter 92 of the Code of Virginia.
And Mr.
Code of
Seeley, I
Caroline
think you
County.
seconded, or Mr. Black, did you second that motion?
Mr. Forehand.
Mr. Forehand, you second? Can I get you to amend your second?
I will amend my motion to include Chapter 92, the Carolina.
Thank you,
County.
sir. So there's a motion and a proper second that we amend Chapter 92 of the Code of Caroline regarding sewer.
We're done.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Next on public hearing is an ordinance to partially exempt real estate taxation from the proposed development of property known as Cool Water Development LLC, Belmont Green.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, if you'll recall, about 2 years ago, the board approved a zoning amendment for what we call Belmont West related to a multifamily dwelling project at that location. The request was for a 264 unit multifamily dwelling project for a tax exempt Virginia Housing Development Authority financing for that project. At that time, or after the rezoning and consideration of this application, the application actually never went forward to VHDA. The developer, the owner and developer are back now with a new application for the 2022 funding cycle with the Virginia Housing Development Authority, and are essentially asking for the same thing that they were considering 2 years ago, that you adopt an ordinance to partially exempt the real estate taxes for 3 years This year, or this go round, they are only requesting that exemption for up to $2,000 during the 3-year period, which is significantly lower than their request from 2 years ago. And they're also asking that you adopt a resolution to designate the property, Belmont West, as a revitalization area, and again, to approve the temporary real estate tax abatement. This, as I said, is essentially the same request from 2 years ago. A public hearing is required before any action by the board. And I believe Mr. Waller is here tonight if you have any questions related to his project.
Thank you, Mr. Fincham. Any questions?
I have a question for Mr. Fincham before you leave.
Yes, sir, Ms. Thomas.
Mr. Fincham, you said that there was up to a $2,000 tax abatement. That is after completion of the project.
That's correct, for 3 years.
For 3 years.
Yes,
So
sir.
the project pays, I'm not sure what the tax rate is on empty land right now, but after the project is built, there will be a significant increase in the real estate tax, and that's when that 2,000 will come back.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Seeley?
Mr. Finchman, I guess I had this question the last time we went down this path, but how do we designate this property as a revitalization area when it's a field? I just have real issues with saying we need to revitalize something that's never had anything but maybe a shovel put in it. How does that, it just doesn't square up with me how you make an application for something like that when it's undeveloped, there's nothing to remove except maybe stumps and some trees. To me, this just looks like.
Yeah, I understand. I would defer to Mr. Waller. It's a form that localities are routinely requested to
Are you okay with
make such a designation. And you're right. I believe this was discussed last time, and my recollection was that it wasn't anything improper about agreeing that this is a redesignation area.
Thank you.
Any other questions for the board before I open up for public comment? Public hearing. Thank you, Mr. Fincham. I'll now open up the public hearing for an ordinance to partially exempt real estate taxation from the proposed development of property known as Cool Water Development. Is there anyone else who would like to speak regarding this matter? The applicant here? Come right.
Good evening, everyone on the board. Thank you for having me here tonight. I think Mike pretty well summed it up, and being the same board that heard this matter 2 years ago, when it was withdrawn in order to focus on the primary proposal, which was elimination of the prohibition on low to moderate income housing. For
Mr. Waller, you might just want to state your name for the record.
I'm Christian G. Waller, and I am the managing member of the LLC that owns the property. So anyways, back to the proposals at hand. Mr. Seeley, with respect to your question, it does seem unusual. Certainly your question is logical. And the fact that what is essentially a greenfield site is being asked to be designated as a revitalization zone may seem odd, but it is done all the time within the tax credit VHDA realm. It's just the way things are done. I'm currently opening up VA clinics for veterans. It's something I do. I grew up in the military. My dad's a veteran. I enjoy doing it. Some of the things that the VA asked me to do, I can make no sense of whatsoever. But it's the way the government does things, and in this case, it's the way the VHDA does things. As Mike pointed out, there's nothing at all improper about it. It's just one of those quirky things that the government asked for, and it does mean a lot to this project in terms of the point system in order to get the project awarded. So, you know, there's not much more explanation to it than that. It is a very simple document to designate. There's no downside to the county for doing so, but it certainly means a lot for the project. And I think everyone remembers from 2 years ago what this project means to employment and affordable workforce housing here in the county. With respect to the tax abatement, we previously requested a figure of over $30,000. But here again, we're not after the money, the cash savings in our own pockets. That's just a matter of, here again, winning points. So it is $2,000. It's capped at $2,000 a year for the first 3 years after the project is completed. So rather than something over 30,000, we're asking for a maximum of 6,000. But as Supervisor Thomas pointed out, the project, rather than only earning $3,800 in current taxes for the Greenfield site, would be earning something approaching $100,000 for phase 1. And by the time the second phase were completed, a year, 2 years, whenever down the road, it would be something approaching closer to $200,000. So that's 6,000 over 3 years, and those figures of about 100,000 for phase 1 is annually. So we're asking for a $2,000 tax abatement. Here again, not for the cash savings, but for the fig leaf or the olive leaf it would give to the VHDA point system. Is there any other questions about the tax abatement request or the revitalization designation?
Not that I'm aware, but let me open up the public hearing. If you just. No, I didn't. I was getting ready to then. Yeah, Chris messed that up. He said he wanted to know if we had any more questions for him. I don't have any. Does any of the board members have any questions? You can come back to that. Right, that's what I said.
Yes, I'll certainly be sticking around. Okay.
All right.
Anybody else want to?
Right. All right. So the public hearing for an ordinance to partially exempt real estate taxation for the purpose of development of property known as cool water development is now open. Is there anyone who'd like to speak regarding this matter? Is there anyone who'd like to speak regarding this matter? Is there anyone who'd like to speak regarding this matter? Seeing no one coming forward, the public hearing is closed. Board members, you have questions?
I guess I'm going to go back to the units that we talked. So these are 1 bedroom, 2 bedroom, 3 bedroom?
There are a mix of 1s, 2s, and 3s, yes. Per the proper statement that we already had approved. I cannot recall the exact mix, but yes, it is a mix of 1s, 2s, and 3s.
So why didn't this go forward in 2018?
Well, it was actually 2 years ago. It was 2020.
2020, okay.
Yes, and there was a lot of rule changes that were affected by COVID that caused us to hold back, and then again in 2021. So I'm a market rate developer. I will not be doing the development of this. Jen Serber of Serber Development and her partners will be doing it. They are specialists. They are designated qualified tax credit developers with VHDA. If I tried to do it, I would get my you-know-what handed to me. So this requires specialists because it is a very highly regulated form of development, as you could imagine. So here again, the rule changes that were kind of stagnated by the advent of COVID caused us to hold back and not submit in that year. We also did have, last year, we had a title issue that was cleared up. We got that cleared up a while back. Now we're looking at a submission environment for VHDA that is very favorable for this project. And we feel we got a really good chance of getting it done this year. So
And this is how many units?
the first phase would be 132 units.
I didn't remember it being 2 phases. I thought it was one building.
It was, yeah, it was two phases as he's presented it, but it was always this number of units approved as part of the original Belmont project. This was part of the original Belmont project as opposed to doing single-family houses. They were originally combined into apartments.
It was originally 262 units in total, and we increased that by 2 because the multiplier of how buildings are configured works out so that 264 is an ideal number. So that's why I requested 2 additional units.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, if there's no other questions, I'd make a motion.
Yes, sir, Mr. Thomas.
Okay, I'd move that we approve the ordinance for the real estate tax proposed on cool water development and its designation as a revitalization area.
There's a motion that we approve the ordinance to partially exempt real estate taxation from the proposed development of property known as cool water development. Mr. Fenton, you have an issue.
Does that include the adoption of the resolution?
And I said, and the designation.
Okay.
As a revitalization area and the adoption of the resolution to make sure.
Right. Can I get a second?
Second.
There's a motion and proper second. Any discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. Resolution and adoption passes. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a great
Thank you. As we mentioned, agenda item number 6 has been deferred. So we go to unfinished business. And that is the continuation discussion of the alternatives for Caroline County Social Services. And I believe, Ms. Long, you have a comment on that?
Mr. Underwood, I would like to speak with the Social Services Board and the director. And I think it would be beneficial for the board and for us to possibly invite someone from Richmond to our meeting to give us more of an idea of what our duties are as we are now and how it would change if it went the other way. And then bring this back if we feel it's needed.
Okay. So is it okay with the board if I put this on a agenda at a later date to discuss and invite someone, get staff to invite someone from Richmond to come up? Is that all right with the board? All right, then I'll do that. I'll work with.
You know, with COVID, all we got was a 30-minute. Yeah.
Oh.
Wendy, you can come on down if you
Wendy,
want. All we got was a 30-minute, you know.
You're not gonna have a battle because last time you came, I told you, make sure you come up front so I could see you, so I know who you are. And you snuck in again, and I was getting ready to go right by you.
I saw you, Wendy, but I wasn't gonna rat you out.
So, good evening, Ms. Sneed. How are you?
Good evening. I'm fine. How are you?
So, fine. What I'd like for you to do, if you would do for the board, is contact the state and have them send a rep to discuss the roles of the board and just give us a better indication of how we can be better. If we're as good as we can be, that's fine, but if we could get them to come in and have a discussion with us about social services.
I can make that request.
And I'd like for you to be present also.
I will be here.
So I can see you.
Mr. Underwood, or Wendy, I'll address you both. Would it be better or more beneficial to have this at one of the Social Services Board meetings so that all the members of the board can also hear and supervisors could attend if they also, or do you want to have them here?
You've got to be careful with the two boards because that is a governing body that is their employee. And we are a governing body where you are the representative for the Board of Supervisors. So it is a precarious situation as I've been down this path before.
Just trying to prevent her from having to come out twice. Okay.
So maybe we could just have them present to us, the representative present to us, and then we can talk about how we can work together, see if we need to make any changes or whatever. You think that's beneficial, Wendy? Can we make this happen?
I think it would be helpful to have more information. I think that it's questionable if someone from the state will actually appear. That would be my question.
Okay.
But I would request it and inform you as to what answer I received.
Well, yeah, inform us, and then if we don't like the answer, we'll push a little harder.
Because
Okay.
and the reason I say
understand
that
I know.
is at this point, we only see them virtually.
Right.
They do not visit our agencies. There's no meetings together.
But we understand.
There
are a lot of
out there.
logistical things, right?
But
Okay.
set a date. I'll make a request. Well, I'll make a request. You can set a date. We'll go from there. I
Okay.
can keep you informed.
All right.
As long.
What's that? Yeah, we could always Zoom or have a conversation. We don't mind.
Okay.
All right.
Yes.
Thank you, Ms. Sneed.
You're welcome.
Any other questions regarding item number 7? Thank you, Ms. Williams. Agenda item number 8, RZ 07-2021, DR Horton owner applicant.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, this rezoning request is back before you for consideration tonight. If you will recall, we had a public hearing on this matter at your January 25th meeting related to the requested change for the language in the age-restricted housing provision for Maple Grove. This was deferred again at your February 8th meeting to tonight for additional consideration. The requested change would amend the language that was originally proffered with the original developer and would mirror language more closely to the federal and state fair housing legislation versus the more restrictive language that was included in the original proffer.
Mr. Chairman. Mrs. Long, then Mr. Forehand.
Mr. Fitchum, in the original proffers, it was a complete 55 and older unit, not at 80%. The 80% is just the minimum that's required to be considered a senior community, correct?
That's the language that's referenced in the respective state and federal housing regulations. Yes, ma'am.
But we could keep with the 100% 55 and older and adopt the second section about the 19 and above being able to visit for a period of time, correct?
I think you could do that. Yes, I think you would. The proper amendment is initiated by the applicant. So I think you would have to get the applicant's concurrence with that split.
But I thought that's how it was approved originally. That was my original question, that it was approved as a 55 and older community.
Yes.
And now we're saying
is
it's going to be an 80% adult community.
Yes, but there was also clarification to the 19 and under from the original language, which is what I was understanding you were referencing that change. So specific to that change, yes, I think you would have to get the applicant's agreement to make that change without agreeing to make the other change that they are requesting.
Oh, now you got me really confused. Okay, I'm okay with 19, or people spending overnight, or a teenage college girl staying for a few weeks or whatever with their grandmother. Hope mine come and visit me sometime. But we approved a 55 and older because this is right near the Y, and we didn't want to have a bunch of school traffic up there. And now we're saying 20 houses can have children in them. So now I'm confused, which isn't easy, that's hard, to understand. So explain it.
I think what it says is you can have 20 houses,
Actually, it's 20%.
except persons under the age of 19, your school-age children, would be limited to 90 days in a 12-month period.
Okay, yeah.
So
I worded that.
you're
wrong.
not looking at children, persons under the age of 19 being there 365 days a year. They are proposing a cap of 90 days.
Okay, but what about the 80% in the houses? That's what's throwing me.
Correct. As written, the original developer's intent was that, and I'm trying, to put my mind where he was when it was drafted.
Is the applicant here?
The applicant's here from D.R. Horton, the original developer's not.
Would it be out of order to have him explain why he's doing this?
Not at all, Mr. Thomas.
And I will let you.
You go ahead and finish, Mr. Fincham, and then we'll ask the applicant that question.
I called your department today. I was told that the original application was approved for all units to be 55.
Correct.
Okay. That's what I wanted to make clear, because it was not very clear in this package.
Yeah, right. Chris, you have something to say before we talk to the applicant?
Yeah, clarify one thing, which I think I mentioned this last time, but with any proffer, it has to be voluntarily submitted by the applicant.
We can't do it right.
So last time, you got a set of proffers from the applicant, and it said what it said. It said everyone 55 and up. That is more than that's required by FHA law to qualify as a 55 and up community. 80% is the minimum necessary to qualify for that exclusion from the anti-discrimination laws. And it was accepted because it's what was proffered. They said everyone's 55 and up. So now you have an amendment before you that wants to tailor that language to bring it back down to what's the minimum required in the FHA law. And I think to clarify what Mr. Fincham was saying is, when you are dealing with a rezoning application to start, you can decline some proffers. They have to be voluntary, but you can say, we don't want proffers 1 and 6. You can just keep those. But here, because this is just an amendment, I think you kind of have to look at the package as a whole and say, this is how they're proposing to amend their proffers, and they need to consent to the language of the amendment as a whole, so you can't just pick and choose unilaterally which amendments you want to accept and which you don't.
Yes, okay. Mr. Thomas?
Yeah, I remember what it was. A husband was 55 and the wife was 50.
Right, that's what.
And because it was 100% 55, the wife couldn't move in with the husband.
Well, I think even under the existing proffer, it's just actually, no, under the old language, it's all persons.
Right.
What they proffered was everyone's going to be 55 and up.
Yeah, depending upon their relationship, that might have been a good thing, but
Right.
the reality was you wanted to make it all 55, and that's not what was going to work. Now I recall what you were saying. Yeah. So I think I'm good, but I think I'm good. But that's in the new version.
Right, the new.
And in the new version, only 155 and the 19, and 20%.
That's correct. The only
intent of this change is to make it more consistent with the federal and the state housing laws, which allow the 20% under 55. And exactly as you pointed out, if one of the individuals is under 55, the way that the proffer was written, it was just probably inadvertently, it said only, but then it followed up by stating that, but it must be consistent with federal and state fair housing. So actually the way it was written was a little bit conflicting and a little bit confusing. So ours is just a clarification and to make it a kind of across the board that it would be comparable to the federal and the state fair housing statutes. That's all.
So, so it's not to get you another 20% of houses that you can rent to any age person? Or are they still going to be?
Well, one occupant still must, the way that this proffer is consistent is that one individual residing there must be at least 55 or older.
But it also says 80% of the dwellings. It doesn't say 100% of the dwellings.
Well, it's 80.
But that's the minimum. That's not what we approved.
Yeah, I'm just saying that's what the federal government calls age-restricted housing.
Correct, yes.
Which is a minimum.
It's actually
a minimum.
So it's not like we have an illegal proffer. They just want to make it lower the bar to make it where the laws are written currently.
Right, I wouldn't call it it's certainly not an illegal proffer, but it was.
It's more restrictive.
It was conflicting with the intent of the original proffer, which was, I think, to be consistent with the federal and the state fair housing laws.
Mr. McKenzie, is this a I mean, I'm tired of splitting words and splitting hairs here. 20% under 55 can actually buy residences there, is what this reads.
Correct.
That's the way it reads. So when it's 25% that are under 55 that buy, and the homeowners association doesn't do anything about it, the county then, when they come to public comment and say, our homeowners association isn't enforcing the 20% because it's a random number and there's no specific units, then the county's got to step in and go, okay, you're over your 20%. We have to then actually manage that and decide how that's going to happen, not the developer, because they're gone. And the homeowners association's going to go, we haven't been able to do anything about it. We've got plenty of cases of associations that can't do what they're supposed to. So it then becomes part of the Board of Supervisors' responsibility to then mitigate this. And that's the situation I don't want to be in. It came as a proffer of 100%, 55 and older. That was the proffer that was brought to us. And I specifically asked our attorney, was that a legal proffer? And everybody on the front row nodded their head yes, including the developer going, that's what we want. So we're here today because somebody's changed their mind. Even though it's been sold, they bought 100%, 55 and plus, correct? That's what was sold to D.R. Horton, was 100%, 55 and older.
Actually, no,
That's what the proffer said, so that's what they bought, correct?
Wait, hold on. So
well, the proffer goes on to read that it would be consistent with federal and state fair housing laws, and that was, I believe, the intent of the original applicant.
That it said 100%, correct?
It did not say 100%.
Mr. Seeley, wait a minute.
Yeah.
Stop. Hold on just for a minute.
Sure.
What he's saying is that if I can just interject a little bit, when they bought the project, the proffer was 100%, 55 and over. Wait a minute, wait. Based on federal standard, which puts him exceeding the state standard because wait a minute, hear me out, please, because he only needed 80%. So what they're asking is to simply go back to the state standard of 80%.
In federal.
The federal mandate for the funding.
Which puts us back in the line of fire when they sell 75%, 55 and plus, and 25% to people under the age of 50, and then we have to step in to mitigate that, because there's no mechanism for us not to have to do that.
We're as much in the line of fire now as if the 55-year-old man moved in with the 50-year-old woman and they had an argument and he said she's not supposed to be here. It's the same, it's the
No,
same,
it's
we're
not
the
the
same
same
boat.
thing, because this is titled property. It's not a rental agreement, it's titled property. They're selling these.
I think,
That's correct.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Black.
I think we have to look at the big picture here, and we can get into the weeds, the what ifs and so forth. When we approve this thing, that is a perfect location. We don't really have 55 plus in this county. It is a perfect location for this. Right next to the YMCA, it's going to help the YMCA.
We agree.
It is, you know, even if you had 25% of the homes that had school-age children, that means 75% aren't. So the services, you'll have emergency services will probably be needed, but you're right near the fire station. You're going to be right near where the Lady Smith Rescue is.
It's near the school for a lot of volunteers.
So, yes, so it's a perfect location.
It is.
So I'm going to go ahead and
Wait a minute, go ahead.
I'm going to go ahead and make the motion to approve the change in the proffer.
Great, thank you. And I think
I just need a second. I need a second.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, hold on.
Well,
There's
I'll
a
second
motion.
I'll
that we-
second it.
There's a motion that we change the proffer for D.R. Horton, owner applicant for RZ 07-2021, been properly motion and second. Any discussion? Any discussion? Mr. Seeley, can you discuss with us all? Mr. Foran, you have a question?
I'm just rereading something I read it. What's the request regarding occupants under 19?
That they are limited,
Limited to 90 days.
correct.
In the school, you know,
And the intent, of course, is to not have school age
right.
children, right? And, you know, that's, as a future occupant of something like this, I kind of like that idea.
How old's your wife?
My, my question is, and maybe I'm asking this of the lawyer more, if someone buys a property and they're 30, they get married, they have kids, they're under 19 years of age, are they forced, I mean legally?
They would not be able to live there, correct?
But you're selling these houses, you're not renting them.
We are selling, yes, ma'am, correct.
So you're telling someone who owns a piece of property that they can't live there anymore. Is
Well,
that legally enforceable?
They wouldn't be able to buy, period. If they were, the example you used was a 30-year-old woman with kids that are under 19.
No, I said if a couple moves in and they have children, what are you going to do? Kick them out after they have started a family?
They cannot live there, correct. It's
And
very.
who enforces that?
The HOA.
But they couldn't live there to start with, though. You're saying they couldn't live there to start with?
They can't live there to start with, correct.
Yeah, she said a 30-year-old couple moves in.
Sure.
And then has kids, but you're saying a 30-year-old couple
They couldn't have been there to
be there
begin
to
with.
start with.
Correct.
Call it,
One occupant must be 55 or older.
unless one of them was 55.
One of them has to be at least 55 or older. This carve out is specifically sort of surgically for the man who's older, and maybe she's 54 but they still want to have being a 55 and older.
And I'm in
That's all.
agreement. I'm in agreement with what you're saying, but that's not what's written.
How so?
Because I'll read it word for word. Dwellings within a property are intended for housing for older persons, such that at least 80% of the dwellings are occupied by at least one person the age of 55 years and older. So that leaves 20% of the occupant of the dwellings don't have to meet that standard. The way I'm reading it.
That's not the intent.
But that's what it's, and that's my issue with the whole thing is that's what it says. And again, that's not, everybody's saying one thing and something else is written, and what we're going to be held to, Mr. McKenzie, if I'm not mistaken, what is written is what we're going to be held to, correct? And the way it's written, that anybody, 20% can be sold to somebody under the age of 50 years old, and they're not held to the same standards.
Mr. McKenzie?
Well,
Wait a minute, Mr. McKenzie, is that what the way it's written?
He said yes.
Come over here and say it in the microphone so everybody can hear it.
That's the hiccup. yeah.
He's in agreement. It's not written the way it's saying it should be.
Mr. McKenzie?
Yeah, that's, yes.
The question I have is the way it's written, does that meet the federal guidelines, the state guidelines for 55 plus?
Yeah, I'm looking for my research, but I think that does technically meet the guidelines.
So it does meet the guidelines for 55 plus, but okay.
Not
But that's a minimum, not a
That's
maximum.
Yes,
Right.
but it's not what we agreed to.
Right. So there is a disconnect between
Get
what's
in
written
front
on
of the,
paper.
please get in front of the mic.
There's a disconnect between what's being discussed and what's written on the paper. And what's written on the paper mirrors federal minimums and state minimums. But what's being discussed is, again, it's the same issue as last time. What's being discussed is more restrictive.
So if we could just write it down to what he's saying, that at least one person, okay.
But I don't think that this is the place to do that. We can't do that today. No, we cannot do that. We've been through the public hearing. The public hearing said that 20%, which is my original point, could be any age, and 80% had to be 55 and older. It doesn't mean that one person can be under the age of 50. It means that 20% can actually be sold to somebody who has kids, because there's nothing in there when it goes to 25%.
Well, there's
and
something
those
separate.
people-
There's something separate that says they can't be 19,
But
under 19.
that's different. Wait a minute, I'm still in my discussion point.
Let the lawyer fix it.
We cannot offer to change the proffer.
Correct.
But Mr. McKenzie can clarify, wait a minute, Jeff, hear me out,
I'm
please.
listening.
Mr. McKenzie can clarify the language of his proffer.
No, the applicant has to clarify.
He's the applicant, huh?
No, Mr. McKenzie's our attorney.
Oh, I'm sorry. No, I mean, the gentleman here, I'm sorry.
But that's not for
He can-
tonight. That's for
No,
another time.
Jeff, please.
Well, if we can come up with a
the
wording
language.
that is comfortable, we can change it now.
If he's not, Chris, if he's not significantly changing his proffer, we would not have to have another public hearing. He is,
Right.
That's the text.
he is only clarifying the proffer.
And that's what we're
We
asking.
need to get a proposal before you on, I mean, we could do it now to say, well, what are we proposing, and then decide whether that's.
Well, we don't need to do it. He needs to do it.
Right.
The intent.
So
here-
we could table this tonight.
We could give them 10 minutes and we'll come back to it.
And come back to you. How about that?
That'd be great.
There is a motion and a second
We'll
already on the floor.
hold
But we'll
those.
hold off for further discussion and come back to this after we move on with the meeting.
Yeah, that works for me.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right.
Which will probably take a minute anyhow.
We'll go ahead and let me do this one, then we'll take a break. Right, so let's go ahead and do this. All right. Next on the agenda, item number 9, request for festival permit after hours concert series metal event park. Okay. Mr. Fincher.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, again, this item was considered by the board at your February 8th meeting. There was significant amount of public comment on the request. The board at that time voted to approve the events for the month of May, subject to conditions, and deferred action on the remainder of the request until tonight's meeting. You have a couple of suggested changes that I have made that are in blue. However, there may be some other discussions that about conditions that I am not aware of, and we'd be more than happy to make edits as we discuss those.
Mr. Yes, go ahead, Ms. Long.
Mr. Fitchum, can you explain to me, so we have what you all wrote, which I assume sort of came from Meadow Parks and that discussion. And then there's an attachment that is written by the events people. So which one are we moving on? Which one are we reviewing? Are we changing both? Because I've got both of them marked up a little bit, although probably the second one more than the first.
The attachment was the application that was submitted by the applicant. The staff report and the conditions are what staff has recommended to the Board of Supervisors. So
Okay.
yes, there may be differences there. But in terms of,
But none of those would apply. We're just looking at these papers here from the staff.
Not only that, let me just say, not only that, Nancy, we can add conditions because we're seeking information to put this festival permit, make it acceptable. So, for example, there's some things that I see in here that I disagree with. We can remove those. Board can. We can add additional, because I do have a couple additionals that I'd like to see as part of this. But that's up to us to determine. And if it's acceptable, then we move forward. Am I correct, Mr. Fincher?
yes, sir.
So nothing written in stone yet. This is only an application to us for what they want. Now we get to tell them what we want. So all of the conversation about this board is not doing its due diligence and has passed this and passed that. None of that is true. It is being presented as an application with those. Now we discuss what we want, what we don't want. And that's how the process works. So for people saying that this board has already passed this, just not true. We've given them the opportunity to have 3 or I think 4 in May until we resolve this. And that's what we did. But this it has not passed. So this is the discussion that we're having tonight. So there are some conditions that the Planning Commission suggested and Mr. Fincham has suggested. Now it's up to us to pull all those pieces together to ensure, and you've heard comments earlier from the community, these are things they would like to see, would not like to see. You have a letter in your packet about some things that they would like to see. You know, some of them, a traffic study has already been done. That's been done. We don't have any control over Route 1 in Hanover County. So, but that's something that they asked that we should address. They asked about fireworks, and I think Mrs. Lambert and I have talked about fireworks for years. I don't want any fireworks, and Mrs. Jolliffe has agreed they wouldn't do fireworks, but there's a fireworks conversation that the promoter should do this regarding fireworks. For me, I'd like to see that eliminated because there won't be any fireworks. That's me, the one vote. But the board makes those decisions as a whole. I can tell you what I would like and how I'm interpreting the conversations from the people that I've heard from, and I can help you with that. But ultimately, it's the board's decision.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
You're welcome. So discussion regarding this, Ms. Finch, you have anything else? I know the applicant is here. I know that Ms. Jolla from the State Fair is here. So if you have any questions of either entity, we certainly can begin.
Can I ask a question before we begin?
Yes, sir.
At our last meeting, we gave the festival director, I guess, for lack of a better phrase, five permits in May.
5 concerts for May. Yeah, you could do 5.
Do we know what those are?
I met with I think he's Mr. Matt Krieger. I won't say Kruger, I promise. Krieger. Do you have the dates for the May events that you have booked?
Good to see you guys again, Chairman and members of the board. You know, it's a very fluid situation. Right now, I don't have the dates confirmed in May. But obviously, we've done our due diligence. You've seen where I'm trying to go with this, put my best foot forward, and even members of the community saw the dates that I'm going for.
Right, understand. We're just talking about May right now. The question is, have you solidified dates in the month of May?
No, I have not confirmed any dates in May at this point. They'll be confirmed shortly.
Okay, so what are the dates that you're trying to confirm for the month of May?
Off the top of my head, you know, they were presented to the board, to community. So,
but Mr.
You gave me 5 dates in May, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and I'm not going to have 5 dates in May.
Right. What's that?
I'm not going to have 5 dates in May.
That's not my question.
Any dates in May?
I'm going to have dates in May, yes, but it's not a big touring month.
Wait a minute, Mr. Kruger, let me,
Yep.
I ask you, what possible dates would you have concerts in the month of May? I didn't, first I asked which ones you signed. You said none.
I understand your question.
So-
You know, I believe the second week of May, there's a Saturday show hold, and later in the month, there's another Friday or Saturday hold, and then there's a big show hold on the end of May. So it's 3 holds in May at this point.
At this time, you're holding 3 dates for the month of May.
Yes. Yeah.
Well, that's what I needed to know. That's what I'm asking.
Understood. Obviously, if I can find 2 more that make sense, it would be 5.
I mean, well, the point of, since it was my question, Mr. Krieger.
Yes.
The point at our meeting last month was to give you some flexibility, and you told us you were working on some days in May. You know, the dates were coming up fast. We said, okay, do 5 in May. You don't have to have 5.
Understood.
If you've got 3, then according to this process, which is still to be determined, you could conceivably have 18 more or whatever that number was, right? So you're saying right now you have 3 tentatively scheduled.
I have 3 tentatively scheduled, and to go a step further, that would be 22 more to get to 25. That is what I've guaranteed.
Well, I said this whole process was to be determined, so.
Yes, and that's what we put in the permit, 25.
Okay.
Okay.
It's not guaranteed 25.
No, we don't have to. I'm saying, it's up to us, Nancy.
I think Marlene wants to.
Marlene, come.
Yeah, I
Thank
want
you,
to
Mr. Ellis.
take a minute and back up to the comments about all of the fireworks piece, first of all.
Yes.
Page 3 of the document that is in front of the permit that was filed, I pointed out at the last meeting, and Mike and I communicated on that, the reference to those proffers at the bottom and the CFE produced events and staging, those were all old and changed last May, and so they're not really applicable to any of the discussion tonight. So we've already addressed, there's no plan for fireworks. At the last meeting, there was a lot of discussion on, you know, we talked about the number, and the permit filing with the operational plan went through the county staff to say, is this even conceivable? And so those comments came back from, I want to really hit hard on there's been a lot of discussion about the safety and alcohol sales and all of those pieces. And we have a safety committee in place at the Meadow Event Park. I've gone over this several times in the past, and I think you all are aware of how we operate. And the entities that are involved in that, VDOT, State Police, the county, Sheriff's Office, and the Department of Health are key on that. So they all are very involved in the discussions of the operation and help us really have oversight as to how those critical pieces operate. So I don't think those, I mean, we can certainly discuss them, but the crux of the matter really was the debate on, you know, how do you, I understand that our neighbors, and I respect that they very loudly have voiced their issues with the decibels and the sound. And in what came out in the staff report, it's in here that we have a 65 maximum decibel, and it's my understanding from our county building official that there was a question earlier, that's at the property line, and that's Meadow Event Park property, not the interior fence of the compound. So we know that's in the permit, and that's new and was not in place last year, and I think they and we deserve a chance to operate with that in mind and then put in a good process for managing that and tracking that with decibel readings as we talked. We had a meeting, I think the other things in here that were referenced by Mr. Fincham, we have no issue with. The issue was and concern over last year, how many concerts were held in a row, how many were on weekends consecutively. As we met 2 weeks ago with a small group of 3 community folks, with Chair Underwood, myself, Mr. Krieger, tried to go through the schedule and really work hard to make a good faith effort of not stacking things on top of each other. But as you just heard, I don't know of any other way to explain it, that the entire piece, you can put some structure to it, but it's a moving target. So when Matt talks about holds, that means that you put out for request to get a concert on a certain date, hoping you get one of those. And in trying to review that calendar in the meeting, it was very hard, because if you don't do that every day, it can get a little confusing. But I think what's important to note is that it's very clear that we're making an effort, and we've heard the complaints, and the decibel level is in here, and there's a process for managing that. And, I think beyond that, it's very difficult, as was evidenced at the last meeting, to try to say you can have 2 Mondays a month or 1 Wednesday. It gets that will tie hands to a point of operational kind of stalling that makes it hard to operate. The last thing I want to point out, there was a question about, I think it was discussed at the last meeting, in the permit, because of the acreage, and it goes back to the pandemic and looking at how large the venue was. There was a question about whether there was a plan to have a concert with a capacity of 17,000 people. And that is not in the plan. That number is referenced in the permit, just because that was part of writing that plan in the first place, to kind of put in writing what is the capacity. So last year, I think the largest show was 8,500 people. I think the goal would be to at least be allowed to go to 12,000, which by planning through VDOT, we have 3 different traffic plans for small, medium, and large events already in the books. Granted, they have to tweak them depending on the type of event, but all of the structure is in place. It's a matter of, enforcing follow-up and really looking at the decibel reading and doing what we've been asked to do in this document and following up on it.
Thank you, Ms. Jolliffe.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Forehand.
But the comments regarding someone seeing a schedule where there's 4 stacked in a row.
That's not true. Let me tell you.
Okay.
Let me tell you what I found out. When we went and had the meeting with the people from the community, he has 4 dates of possible an artist. He would like to get the artist in one of those days, either that Thursday, that Friday, that Saturday, or that Sunday. He'd like to have the artist take one of those
Those
days.
are windows that he's trying to hit for a particular artist.
That's not stacked back to back. So
okay, that makes
he had a number of weeks that he had dates reserved that he would like to try to get the artist in one of those days. So that artist is really taking up 4 days, but there's only 1 concert. Now there was a back-to-back for one that you booked called the Western Boys or Western something. I noticed a couple that were back-to-back that I was concerned about. And I said, well, we have to discuss that. And he's sitting here, Marlene's sitting here, and while he has discussed having concerts on certain weekends, I said, to me, that's too much. We need a weekend here, a weekend there. And that's what I wanted us to discuss. And again, he said, you know, it's kind of difficult for me to pin down which date because it's a fluid and they're coming. But I said, you could guarantee that on this day, you don't have a concert. So there were some Saturdays and Fridays that there were no concerts, so that wasn't an issue. So I didn't need to discuss that. My concern was the concern of the residents regarding the weekday, the back-to-back, the Friday, Saturday. One resident said, well, I'd rather have one on a weekday and maybe one on the weekend. So there is some differences of what people would like to see. The biggest thing that I gather from this is the first thing we need to address is the noise. The number of concerts, I feel very strongly that all of the infrastructure for safety, and I think you have a list of comments from the community, and I went through and some of these I crossed off because they've already been done. The safety committee, this traffic study by VDOT on 30, we've done that several times.
Could I ask a question?
Done from Mr. James.
I mean, when you get a chance, can I ask a question, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir. I'll stop.
Okay. I do have one question, and if you give me a minute to get to the question. I was here when the county, recruited the state fair, and that's when I met Mrs. Lambert, and I met her every time we talked about the state fair, and she pretty much said this was a good project, but I'm worried about things that would happen. State fair went under. Farm Bureau came and rescued it. The county said, we will do everything we can to help Farm Bureau keep the state fair because it's an asset for both of us. COVID came and the county tried to help you. You got the RV festival and you were doing some other things. My question is this concert series really required to keep the state fair property going? Or is it just but is it another economic means? If the concert series wasn't happening at all, the state fair property could keep going, couldn't it?
Well, since I hang my hat on being truthful and honest and credibility, yeah, if you said tonight, you're not going to have that, can we keep going? Can I have a successful financial year? Yes, sir, I could. I think what I also hang my hat on is logic and trying to be, really look at things and say, what can we really do here? We did this last year and it was successful with some issues and we learned. I learned, our partners learned. It raised the Meadow Event Park's brand in the market to a level that I could never afford to do by buying advertising or, it was what I would say very grassroots. So I'm going to be honest. Sure, I think I could keep going, but I think when you look at what it did for us coming out of a very hard time for our name and our brand, I would hate to take a step back from that and do a 360. I don't believe in going backward. I think that one other important thing is that it's good for me to explain this now. There are, I think it was mentioned at the last meeting, the second concert site in the Chesterfield region. So part of that is to peel off some smaller concerts, south of the city. And while people do travel a lot, some people stay in their region. But if we it's a much different layout and facility, but if we had a major issue on a conflict and they were up against the wall with trying to find a location on a date, they could, they've got another location that also is an option that wasn't in play last year.
And it sounds like the Meadow Farm / State Fair, now Meadow Event Park, is kind of growing its brand and in turn, not just the State Fair. You're going to be more than that, right?
Well, I think we're a multi-purpose facility, and to keep the property upkeep and maintenance and infrastructure operating at a high level, we have to use the property. And it's not to go into tonight, but we turn things down at times that we don't feel like fit not only our brand, but the Farm Bureau brand. But yes, we're a multi-purpose facility.
And that's kind of where I am. State Fair, and I look and see Mrs. Lambert, like I said, and she stopped me many times and said, "This is going to be more." Yeah. And she's proven to be Nostradamus. So how do I balance the county wants the State Fair, the county wants to keep the State Fair, the county wants to help the State Fair stay. They're only tortured for 9 days, 10 days, versus now I got a concert 25 times during the summer, and there's a lot more impact on the neighbors than we planned.
Well, I think you put controls in place as they are outlined in what you have in front of you tonight, and have a recourse for not following them. And I think it's for the last 5 years, in 2021, 2021, we had a year where weather cooperated. So we did, we succeeded, but the year will come where the weather doesn't cooperate. And the more you have that is functioning well in different segments of business, then it kind of shores us up. So we're not depending on one thing. If the property only operated with the State Fair of Virginia and then shut the doors for the rest of the year, it would be a challenge to keep the maintenance and the infrastructure in place.
Okay.
I hope I've
You have without a
answered your
doubt
question.
done that, and I hope you understand what what I'm saying too. And I do believe what you're trying to do a good job, and you have done a good job. So that's the only reason why I'm still paying attention. Otherwise, I would have made my mind up already. But thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Black?
Mr. Chairman, and once again, like on the previous thing we talked about, I think we can get into the weeds, and I feel, and I have empathy for the people who are surrounding the park. I do, and I understand that. However, my personal opinion on this is that I think that the Meadow Event Park and the promoter here are putting things in place as far as the decibel levels, as far as even self-limiting themselves to 25, which I'm sure he could easily do more than 25 in a year at the park. And I believe that they have been a great partner in this county, and with those proffers, we have to take their word that they're going to fulfill what they're saying, because they're self-containing themselves even further. These were proffers that they put on them, so I just feel like we owe them a chance to right a situation that some of the neighbors felt was wrong. And my personal opinion is I don't think with some of the neighbors that they're going to be able to do anything right. No matter if they follow that, I just think that it's going to be a situation where you've got entrenched lines, and no matter if they follow everything to the T, the neighbors are still going to be upset. And I appreciate everything. I appreciate everything that you've tried to do. I really do. but I don't want to scare a business away that is trying to, or hurt a business that is trying to be a good citizen here in Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. Black.
Could we clarify Mr. Black's statement? Is these are not proffers, they're conditions?
Conditions, yes.
So we can change the conditions?
Sure.
And if they don't, since it's a
Sure,
special
but I-
exception, if they don't
yeah.
live up to it, you revoke?
There's a, yes, but there's a time and point where it becomes untenable then for them to operate under conditions.
Right.
I mean, there comes a time and point where it's just not even gonna be, I think that they've said it before, where it's not even gonna be worth it.
No, my only point for us was
We can
the
change.
difference between proffers and conditions. That's all.
And see, part of Mr. Black, and I thank you for that, and there's one thing about a yes or no, is that when you say yes, you make 50% of the people unhappy. When you say no, you make 50% of the happy. When you compromise, you make 100% of the people unhappy. So that's just the nature of the beast, that we sit in this chair and we're going to make 100% of the people unhappy. As I told my constituents, the state fair is not going anywhere. And I told you that. I also told you that this board would not have an appetite for getting rid of the concert series. And I was honest with you, but some different stories got out, but that's okay. What I said was, it's our responsibility, yours and mine, to make sure that when we put these conditions in place, they are conditions that give you a better quality of life, some assurance that things will be better. One of the things that we discussed was putting decibel readers on the north, east, south, and west of the property that we could remotely see. And if it got too loud, we'd have a mechanism to call, say, it's got to come down. That can be part of the proffer. The conditions. That can be part of the conditions for this festival. The days that they can have the concert series are still up. There's going to be some discussion, but it's up to this board to hear your concerns and try to relay it to Mr. Krieger, and hopefully, and I know he has, we've debated for 8 hours. We've debated now in 3 meetings about things he wants and things I don't want. And it ain't about a damn vote. It's about doing what's right for the citizens. That's what I want to do, what's right. And I know they're committed, or they wouldn't tolerate me as much as that. They wouldn't take my call. We want to incorporate conditions that make it better quality of life for those who right now are experiencing issues. That's our goal. That's my goal. Because as I said, state fair is not going away. So I do have a couple of conditions I'd like to discuss with the board, if that's all right.
I just have one thing.
Yes, sir, Mr. Ford.
Regarding pyrotechnics, a sparkler is a pyrotechnic, but it's not a firework. So that condition needs to stay in there, because if someone has Roman candles that don't have a report, don't go boom, that's a pyrotechnic. It could start a fire, it's whatever, but it's not really a firework in the sense that we're thinking about fireworks on a fireworks show. So anyway, that would just
leave that condition there.
Leave that there. If they're gonna have, like sparks flying out, it's a KISS show, and that's a pyrotechnic, but it's not a firework. It's not something that's gonna disrupt their horses, half mile away. So anyway, just a clarification.
Thank you, because I was thinking of the noise from the boom and the ones that are in the air. Okay, thank you. I did have a concern, Mr. Krieger, about the size. And I think I talked to Marlene about it. 8,500 was your largest last year. I know we say, I'd like you to consider setting the number of no more than, I'll meet you 11.5. I think it's 8,500 now. And I would say, I think last year you said that largest was 8,500,
Yeah, and the
10,000. Can we make it no larger than 10,000?
I'll let you speak to that.
Our average was 4,000 last year.
Correct.
There's only one show where it would be possibly 12,500. Just going to be frank with you.
So if we,
Well, it's not confirmed.
not yet.
Yeah.
Well, average only 5,000 last year, so, we did an average. Okay.
If it hits 12,000, it's 8,000. We did an average of, we'd like an average of 10,000. So if one show hits 12,500 and one show hits 7,200, you're still there.
I'm still there.
I'm just looking for how you load level this over time.
Makes it.
And it makes it fair to everybody because the average crowd shouldn't be over 10,000.
Yeah, I mean, if I could have a show that was 8,500 every time, that would be great. But unfortunately,
But that's
nobody
not
can
going
do
to
that.
happen.
That's what, right. So that's what I'm
If you
saying.
did average,
Right, so that's what he's saying.
that would give you the ability of one show pushed up into a bigger number and the other is pushed 5,000, your average is way down.
I understand.
Would that,
Where we're going.
would that help? I don't like the 17,000
I mean, it's
number.
not going to change the noise level that's coming out of that concert.
Well,
which
no,
is-
in fact, more bodies that are there would soak
Right,
it up.
which is the crux of the problem. So I think it's kind of arbitrary personally. So.
Yeah,
In terms-
and
but
what do
in
you
terms
do?
of- in
What do
terms
you do
of-
if the first two are 12,000?
What's that?
What do you do if his first two concerts are 12,000? Then you say the next one is like, you gotta have 1,000 people?
Gotta hire you to come play a ukulele, so 10 people show up, bring your average down.
No, I'm going to the K95 show myself.
You schedule a show for just Floyd and you count that as
I
numbers
just think we have to
25.
find a happy median.
Yeah, you're gonna, I mean, that's hard to work.
For perspective, thinking about the capacity. So on a busy Saturday at the State Fair, which is typically when we max out, you'll have 50,000 people. So we park 2 parking lots and turn that over, 2 times in the day. So the question is the facility and the traffic pattern and the safety resources in place to handle, what is the key number? I'm comfortable managing the facility, knowing I've got an event there, knowing how that property is laid out at 12,000. Knowing that their numbers last
Don't get
year were 4 and 5 and maxed out at 8,500 and, 17, I think we would have more discussions on what that would look like because it would take a lot more parking, but the facility can support 12,000.
They've got.
I still like 10, but like I said, I'm just one, but, I noticed you said you did have a small, medium, and large.
We do
plan.
through VDOT. We have 3
Right.
levels of traffic plan.
So if that condition were changed to maximum of 12,000, would that,
I think that's acceptable.
I think it's condition number, I think we discussed it on February 8th, but it says accommodate up to 17,000 attendees. It wasn't in a condition though. So I think we can make a condition that.
If you look at the following from the February staff report, but I agree with Mrs. Long, there is no condition that sets. They do this, we did this in discussion, not in conditions.
Right, but we can add a condition, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, that capacity number was outlined in the permit
Permit, right.
that was submitted.
I don't have a permit, you know.
Mr. Underwood, or Chairman, I need to
Yes, sir.
step away for just a moment.
Yes, sir.
I'll be back just a minute.
So does the board have an appetite for adding the condition regarding change in, attendees to make this more malleable to the?
Never mind.
I have a whole list of conditions, which some of them are from this document, some of them is from that document, some of it's because I got this letter with concerns. But so far, in my little scratch pad all over all these different things, because yeah, it's a little confusing up here with all these different documents and thoughts, and I was not at the meeting. But I have on my little notepad, no fireworks. I will stretch, although I like the 10,000 average, but and that's where I would prefer to be until we make sure that the new sound system is actually going to do what we've been told it's going to do. But I won't fight on 12 average or 12 max. I would like no music tune-up ahead or broadcast it 1 hour before the actual entertainment starts. There's no reason for people to have to listen to musicians playing on their guitars and testing their guitars for 3 hours. They're professionals. I would think they can figure it out in an hour. Or tune it up the day before. I don't know how you work it, but they don't need to listen to it for 3 hours. I would like all the sheriffs and the fire department's recommendations followed. I'd like all the conditions that we say should be on there. I want a recording of all noise complaints that you receive or that the board receives from staff. And those, when you get a noise complaint, somebody needs to get in the car and go listen to it. It needs to be addressed immediately. I don't want us to go through a whole summer of concerts without making an effort to correct something like we did last year. I was not aware because I don't go to concerts. But I did go to a piano recital last week though. So that needs to be addressed. We don't need to wait a year to fix something that's not working right. I want no more than 25 shows and no more than 2 shows per week. And I want the surrounding property owners to have a list or be notified of upcoming concerts. I realize you're waiting a long time for people to book, but they should know so they can plan their own lives and their own family events. A lot of this is little stuff, but I really do think it will make their lives easier. And we're going to try this another year, and hopefully it improves and it works. But if not, we're going to be back up here again next year.
I guess my only concern of that, and I think last time Clay, he hit it on the head. He nailed it when he said, this is all about noise, really. He said, this isn't about people, this is about noise. So we can do all those conditions. In the end, it comes down to noise. So if the noise is within a particular decibel level, like I don't know of a band that goes out and, not that I'm a professional concert goer, but warms up 30 minutes before the thing and is ready to go. They have a bunch of stuff you have to test out. You have multiple bands. They usually have, to me, the whole decibel thing is the key to this whole thing. And that was what Clay had said last time, and I 100% agree with it. I think that's the only.
And that's why I said, if the complaints aren't addressed, it's got to stop somehow. Now, if they can get it fixed beforehand, fine. But yeah.
if noise is the issue, then why are we limiting? And if they follow that noise, then why are we limiting them to only if they're warming up 3 hours beforehand and they're under the noise level? What's it matter if they warm up for 6 hours?
If they get the noise under control, it doesn't matter.
Right. So
you don't have to do that one, but that's my point, is you can't control and affect people's lives for hours before you start doing what you're supposed to do. You either get it under control or not.
We had a sound check limit last year, correct, before the show? How many?
we had, when the complaint started, Mr. Whiteman and, was checking decibel readings at our property lines.
But I mean, how many hours before the concert can
I'm
they
sorry.
do the sound check?
So part of the discussion is trying to narrow down the sound check so that if an act, to tell them, here's our parameter. And there were a couple of times when if you had two shows on one night where it might have started at 1 o'clock, but part of the goal was to narrow that down so it's contained more and not spread out. And, there are days though that schedules go awry if if they're late getting there, or we just certainly not the goal to have the music going on for a sound check all afternoon. Some of the stage music could have been sometimes ahead of a concert. You'll have the PA system playing, not with a band, but just filler music while people were coming in. And that, that would obviously fall into the decibel reading parameter.
When you said Mr. Whiteman was there during the concerts last year, and they were all within the decibel limit?
Early on in the season, but the way I think part of the misnomer that people didn't understand and in the first year out is that that we were not violating the county sound ordinance, but there was no decibel reading put in, like attached to the permit last year. So the goal was to take the readings and be sure we weren't violating the county.
Okay. And you weren't. Is that correct?
Correct, at the property lines.
Mr. Thomas, that brings up a good point. If that was not in violation, but the neighbors were still being heard, we need to address the decibel rating then, correct? Maybe, I have no idea how loud 65 is. What is it? Is it
A good dishwasher is 50 nowadays.
Yeah.
And you really shouldn't hear it a room away.
65 at the property line is, I don't have scientific evidence, but it's a very common decibel parameter that you'll see in some city codes and, county sound ordinance codes for specific concerts.
So it's not like, say I had a neighbor that lived really close next door and their teenagers outside washing the car with a huge stereo system blasting that shakes my windows. It's not that loud, right?
I would venture to guess that a truck blasting the windows is louder than 65 decibels.
Okay.
Yeah.
Nancy?
Because I don't like people blasting
So
music.
what we talked about was trying to get a handle, as you mentioned, what is 65 decibels? By getting them to come out, put a professional group up in a PA system so we can go to the property line to see what 65 decibels, it still may be too loud. We don't know. I don't know what 65 decibels at each property line is. And the only way to do that is to test it. And we talked about that as well. How do we, and what could we do to do that? And they've been amenable to trying to do this, to find out what is comfortable. Because I mean, I rode with Mr. Whiteman probably 10 times maybe, Mr. Whiteman. 10 or 12 times we checked decibel readings, and some were in the 70s. We had some in the 60s, but to have a consistency, I don't really know. And then it's the bass that kills the window, the rattle. That's what they're really complaining about. It's the rattle of the bass that boom, boom, boom. Like it's APL we talked about. The rattle from the vibration. That's the biggest issue. 100 and some, yeah.
Can I make a quick statement? I'm Larry Krieger.
Yes.
So if you go on VDOT, they've done studies for almost every highway. And for instance, Interstate 288 out in Goochland is almost always at 68 to 75 decibels, 24 hours a day. You do 95 down by Virginia Center Commons, and that's always running between 70, 75 decibels all day long, all night long. The trucks running on those highways. So that can give you a much better understanding of what 65 dB is.
But Mr. Kruger, it's the base.
The base
It's
is
the
base is
base
part of the
that's causing
yeah.
probably 99% of the problem.
Right. But the decibel level includes the base. The difference is that if you have a low cloud cover, then the base becomes more distinct and it travels further. If you have a high cloud cover, it doesn't travel as far. If you have, and I think Matthew was about to say, if you have 12,000 people, that's going to absorb the sound. The more people you have, the lower that sound travels because it absorbs the sound. When we have 750 people out there, there's nothing to absorb it. So these are studies that we've done, with using the VDOT measurements.
So you're saying it's like living next to a highway?
Yeah, it's not even like living next to a highway because we're further away. In other words, if you're living next to a highway, you're getting it all the time. If you're living,
but you just mentioned 95 and 288.
Yeah,
and they just put up sound barriers. So are you going to put up a sound barrier since it's like living next to a highway?
Well, no, but the 65 dB is what's traveling. Okay, the 65 dB on the highway is right there on the highway. Okay, they're not measuring what it does traveling. Okay, I'm trying to give you an understanding of what 65 dB is.
Oh, I just Googled 65.
Yeah, if you're standing on the highway, not if you're 50 feet or 100 feet away from the highway, because it falls just like it does with sound. So we're traveling a much larger distance than what the highway is. But I'm just trying to give you an idea of what 65 dB would be relative to a highway. So if you're living next to a highway, right next to the highway, then you would hear it all the time. Okay, if you're 100 yards away, you're not going to hear 65 dB.
But that's
so.
What I proposed at the meeting
didn't help him.
No, it didn't. What I proposed was let the neighbors know that we're going to do a sound check at 65, then ask the question: do you hear it? Is it a bothersome? And we may have to come back and make some adjustments. I think that's the only. I think that's the only way that we're even going to get close to understanding what we're trying to accomplish.
And there's a limit. There's a limit to.
You're going to hear, but not the rat.
I will tell you that I live a mile and a half from the AP Hill machine gun range.
Mm-hmm.
And I hear it every time they use it. When they explode, Nancy, you and I went through this at AP Hill for all the ordinance stuff and all the explosions. And when they blow up stuff, we hear it. And when they blow stuff up all night, I think Mr. Whiteman will tell you they do a 2-week episode at AP Hill where they come in, they do bombing runs all night long, 24/7 for 2 weeks, and we all hear it. And it's just a function of sound is not going to get stopped. You can, if it's dead quiet and you go outside and somebody shoots a gun 2 miles from you, you're going to hear it. You're going to hear that shot.
Absolutely.
I don't know that we're ever going to make it so that you don't hear anything.
That's not.
But you're saying, but they're saying, what you're saying is that if 65 dB doesn't leave the property, if it doesn't leave, if it's on the decline, now I don't know what Mr. Whiteman measured, but 65 dB on a decline is on a decline. Is the stage in a different, Marlene, is the stage in a different place now than it was last year?
No.
It's still facing King's Dominion?
Yeah. South, yeah.
So that's in the direction of King's Dominion?
No, the other way.
No, it's facing up.
Up the hill this way.
Up the hill, okay. I mean, I think we accept the conditions that are here, give them 25 days and move on, because we're not accomplishing anything here. we're beating this over and over and over again with no real result.
Give them 60 days. I mean, you gotta have, well, I mean, they have through May. So let's see what let's at least give them a chance.
They've asked for their permit for 25 days with the conditions that are here.
Yeah.
Huh? 25 shows is what their permit's for, correct?
Yes.
There's new conditions here. We're not fixing anything. I think we just go ahead and
Make a motion to do it.
I'll make a motion to approve the permit with the new conditions, 25 days, and we'll go from there and see what happens.
I second that motion.
There's a motion that we approve the festival permit for 25 concerts along with the suggested conditions. Discussion?
Yes, discussion on, when you say the new conditions, we're stopping at the double blue line on page 3, right?
Correct, the failure to right.
Okay.
You're adopting it with the 18 conditions.
18 conditions.
With the addition
With the
of
addition
the
of the-
25 shows.
Yes.
Correct.
Limited 25.
I said 25 shows and the conditions, the new conditions presented, which are in blue.
But we have to, with all due respect, we're not addressing the number of attendees. And I think
The number of attendees, once again, should not matter if it's based on noise. If this is a noise issue, the number of attendees, whether you have 20,000 or 4,000, this is a noise issue.
It is also a traffic issue.
it's one of the issues.
Traffic is never, you have King's Dominion and the state fair in the area. Traffic should not be the, I've heard everything about noise. So, I
Noise
mean.
has been the major, Jeff, you're right, but you have to remember
Wasn't
when
mentioned in
King's
traffic.
Dominion lets out on Friday and Saturday, and the concert series lets out on Friday at 10 o'clock or 10:30. You've got a perfect storm there with two major events trying to get to 95. You got two majors right there coming together at the Caroline line. It's it backs up sometimes. I mean.
What about weekday shows too? Because if we just pass it, it could be like Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday shows.
You can't have, isn't there something in there about,
No, it's not. And we.
back to back or whatever?
Here comes Mr. Fincher.
That's what we
That
wanted.
was discussed at the last meeting, but staff understood that there were still discussions ongoing related to that, so we didn't have a basis for putting a condition in there. We were gonna defer to the board on that.
Right.
No more than.
No, just do it as is, Jeff.
I've already made, there's a motion and a second.
Oh, that's right. There is we're just having discussion right now.
All right.
Right, there is a motion.
We could always offer, an amendment to the motion,
Right.
but I thought it was something like one Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday per week or something like that is what we had discussed. So if you do Monday, Tuesday, then you could have Friday, Saturday, but not Monday, Tuesday, or Tuesday, Wednesday, or whatever.
You better,
What's that?
I mean, at this point, like, I'm only going to agree to that if that's okay with the applicant, if we're doing 25.
we're limiting it to.
We're already limiting them. So we're trying to limit them even, to me, if they're limited to 25 and that was a voluntary proffer that or condition that they put in, I'm very uncomfortable to continue to try to limit them if the number one issue is noise. So if that's our argument, if noise is our argument, it really, if they control the noise, everything else should be fine.
Almost, but I don't think that was the only problem that we got from the people that were involved was back-to-back Tuesday, Wednesdays, and that's not a retirement community down there, so there are people who still had to go to work, and that kind of interfered with their livelihood. I think somebody was a construction equipment operator.
Goes to work on Wednesday.
Oh, that's you. Well, please get a good night's sleep before you go operate the heavy equipment. And that's kind of what we were trying to, eliminate, you have the right to do whatever you want to do on your property, but your rights end at your property. You can't affect everybody else. And the concert series to me is becoming like that unless we can work out something a little better. So if you would agree to one weekday and Friday, Saturday, Sunday, or do you want to do that? Do you not want to do that? Mr. Krieger?
I know how it is. You guys have seen the schedule. A couple of community members have seen it. Tentative schedule. Again, it's very fluid. There are going to be times where those dates are going to not be there, and they're going to be new dates. I mean, I think from what the schedule looks like this year from last year, it's already an improvement. And I'm going to do my best at figuring out the sound and moving forward from there. I do believe that the sound is the main point here.
Okay. Thank you.
Yep, thank you.
All right,
We have a motion.
Black, go ahead.
No, we have a motion.
So there is a motion and a proper second. Mr. Thomas, you had something you would want to amend?
I wanted to make a motion, amending his motion to allow only one on Monday and Thursday, Monday through Thursday to go with the other ones, but,
No, let's just vote. Let's just vote on this.
It's your motion, so you don't have to amend, it's your motion. You can call for the vote.
no, I would make a new motion that would amend his motion, but it's fine. I'm not gonna vote for this, so it's fine.
Mr. Fitchum, on number 7, it says that permits regarding food distribution and proper permits prior to the event. Is there a time that the Commissioner of Revenue or the Health Department needs that done, like a week, or can they run down the day before and get it? I just wondered if we needed anything to help that run any smoother.
No, the language related to the commissioner is the language that Mr. Bassoon and I discussed related to the addition. In terms of the health department, we can coordinate with them on the lead time that they need to get
Okay, because
permits.
it's in here, and if it needed
Right.
to have a time period, I wanted to put it on there. Thank you.
All right, there is a motion, proper second. Any more discussion? The motion is that we approve the application for the festival permit for after hours at Meadow Event Park. All in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay?
Nay.
There's division in the rank. Mr. Forehand, your vote?
Aye.
Mr. Forehand votes aye. Mr. Black?
Aye.
Mr. Black votes aye. Mr. Sealy? Aye. Mr. Sealy votes aye. Ms. Long?
Aye.
Ms. Long votes aye. Mr. Thomas?
Nay.
Mr. Thomas votes nay, and I vote nay. The motion carries 4-2.
And I will follow up my vote by saying, if you don't fix this, do not come back next year.
All right, we're going to go ahead and finish up agenda item number 7 with D.R. Horton.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I spoke with the applicant right afterwards, and to avoid any more uncertainty about what's being submitted, he's going to prepare some proposed revised language and submit it to staff and me to look at before bringing it back to you for consideration. So if you're comfortable, I think he would request, and I'm not sure if he's still here, that this be moved to another meeting so that new language can be submitted, and that will give my office time to determine whether it's a substantial enough deviation from the current submission to merit another public hearing.
So if the board will, we'll move RZ 07-2021 to our next meeting. to finish up the language for D.R. Horton. Is that all right with the board? Board members, is that all right with?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
We had a motion that we need to actually,
Yeah. Can I suggest that you just move this to the April 8th, no, what, 12th board meeting? And if it's determined that we do need a public hearing, then that gives us time to do that advertisement.
Okay.
Versus coming back next meeting, we decide you need a public hearing, and that pushes it.
So you're
even
saying
further.
April 12th?
April 12th, yes, sir.
Okay.
Let me ask Chris a question. Chris, how is it possible if he's clarifying his language, could possibly be clarified as seriously changing his position?
Yeah, I just need to see what he submits. You know, they could completely overhaul it in theory.
But I mean, we were at like 80, 20,
Yeah.
and one, all he had to do was add a couple of words.
It all just depends on what
Okay.
they submit. I mean, I think the issue
He
was,
left.
yeah, it seems like he left.
I'll make a motion, we defer to the 12th of April.
I'll second.
There's a motion second that we defer D.R. Horton till April 12th. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Ayes have it. We'll move this to the 12th. We're going to take a 10-minute real-time break, so we're going to take a 10-minute recess.
Just so tired of being out.
we'll come back to order. Next on the agenda, under new business, is the first reading of an ordinance to repeal Chapter 103, Taxation, Article 5, Vehicle License Tax of the Code of Caroline County. Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, we are, if you remember, for years, every county for the most part had a sticker on their windshields. And we went from having to get them yearly, which drove a lot of citizens to the building, to having a permanent sticker. And then in 2018, I believe it's in the memo, we were required to do away with those or either move them to a weird spot on the window because you couldn't have them in the middle anymore because of the way new cars' sensors are. So that's been eliminated as far as having stickers, but we've been collecting the fee on the June tax bill. So it's only collected once a year in June. It's not refundable. It's a fee. It's not prorated, and it's $30 per car, and it adds up to about $1 million in revenue. But it does generate a lot of questions. I'm sure board members have gotten questions. I know that both the treasurer's office and the commissioner's office have received, numerous complaints about what this is on their bill, especially when they don't have the car anymore. They get rid of it in a month or two after the start of the new year. And so with, if you've been keeping up with personal property values, you know that used cars have skyrocketed since the pandemic and since the chip shortage. And so our personal property values have gone up significantly, and staff believes that this is a good time to look at removing the VL fee, amending the ordinance and doing away with that fee. That is a loss of revenue of around $1 million. But we do believe, even with the way personal property values are, we're going to recommend lowering of that as we work on the budget, and should have some numbers for you for that on the meeting of the 22nd. That we will still cover the loss of that 1 million. So it's sort of a good time to eliminate that, save the taxpayers those $30 charges. Somebody owns 3 or 4 cars, it's $90, $120 on their tax bill in June, to make up for an increase they're going to see depending on the type of vehicle they have. People that have pickup trucks and high dollar trucks and things like that that have in short supply, those values have not gone down, they've gone up. I mean, people can sell a late model truck for more than they paid for it after they've driven it 25,000 miles. So we just feel it's a good time to consider eliminating this license fee, and would recommend that you send that to public hearing so that we can get that done in time for the book to be published, with the tax bills this year. And I'm sure Commissioner staff can answer any detailed questions if you need anything from them.
Thank you, Mr. Cullen. Board members?
What do I have one? Mr. Cully, does it also say, am I reading here, also we're doing the tax rate? Is it all in one public hearing?
No, it is not. No, the tax rates will be set based on the budget and the tax rates y'all select. Okay. So this would eliminate that $30 vehicle fee and $25 for motorcycles. I got that number right? And just eliminate that whole VL fee program. It would just go away if you approved it after the public hearing.
It's just before I made a motion, it did say and so I wanted to make sure I was doing it right.
They don't set any rates.
Okay.
Before you make your motion, I just want to clarify what you're saying. We're going to lose $1,125,000 in vehicle fees. Correct. When we get rid of this.
Correct.
But you're assuming that the value of personal property will go up to cover that $1 million.
Oh, I'm not assuming. I know from the conversations with the commissioner's office that we more than would make that up, but we need to even lower our rate. And if we lower our rate,
we go from 380 to 305.
350.
350.
350. We'd still make that money.
Get that $1 million back.
Yeah, we would,
yes.
and million.
And some.
Yeah, and some.
Okay.
And I'll give you those details
when you do the budget.
When I do the budget, but I can assure you, if you eliminate this, there's enough money somewhere in personal property to cover that $1 million, based on the values are up 30-some% or more, depending on vehicles.
The $30 we pay now is for the sticker that we don't get?
Correct. But it's just called a license fee, and with that, you got this sticker years ago, and But now you get nothing, and so people are, what do I get for that 90 or 100, especially got 3 or 4 cars, you know, what do I get for that 120
I've
bucks?
seen some, I think it's Spotsylvania or maybe Stafford, that still have the sticker and it just says for solid waste dumping,
Right.
you know, but that's another story.
But you still got to put that somewhere on your
You gotta
window.
put that on
where
the
it
left
doesn't-
side, yeah.
Where it's out of the way. Becomes subtle in your vision on the left side, but.
All right, I don't have a problem with this once you show us what the numbers really are. So you expect people to be paying more than $30 on their new personal property tax?
You're
Correct.
gonna like it.
Correct. This is just to soften that
You're
blow.
gonna like it.
Yes, I'll show you that
Yes.
in 2 weeks.
Okay.
Mr. Underwood, I would move that we proceed with the public hearing with the purpose of eliminating the vehicle license tax.
Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved by Supervisor Long and second by Mr. Thomas that we go to public hearing on the ordinance to repeal Chapter 103 of taxation regarding vehicle license tax of the Code of Caroline County. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it. We'll take this to public hearing. 10A is Recreation Department discussion. Mr. Forehand?
Yes, sir. Thanks for adding this. I just wanted to put this out there. We have lost, for all intents and purposes, the use of the old Ladysmith Elementary. And the one gym that we maintain here in this building, and we don't have any flexible space. We don't have much meeting space for seniors during the day. We're lacking suitable athletic facilities, indoor athletic facilities for our growing youth population. And I think it's time that we start slowly rolling that ball towards finding a location, finding a plan for a recreational facility somewhere in the center of the county. So that's the crux of it. I have a lot of details I can give you. I mean, there's not a need for multi-purpose space. I mean, right now we have some ballet classes taking place in a cold, stinky classroom, and it's not stinky. It's not a space meant for dance.
Just not functional for what we want to do with it.
We are limited when the school was out for a work day or for weather, then all recreational use of that building, not only that day, but the entire weekend. It happened to be on a Friday. So everything on Friday was canceled, everything on Saturday was canceled, even though there was no issue with safety getting there the next day. That happened multiple times over the winter. Again, the loss of that gym for practices, for other events, again, it hurts. I mean, we spent money on that gym to get it going, to make it functional for our purposes primarily as a recreation department. And like I said, that's gone. And without any, it's kind of, at least it was kind of new to me as far as them taking over that building back again. And a little disappointed that it worked out like that, but at the end of the day, it's an opportunity. Again, we can start the ball rolling, finding a good spot in the middle of the county for something along those lines. So, that's what I wanted to bring that up to everybody.
Thank you, Mr. Forehand. Mr. Black?
If I could piggyback on that, and I think that's key. If you go to look at the counties to the north and to the south, you have some unbelievable recreational facilities that are available to the populations there, and that doesn't exist here. And I think that we need to really invest, because it is something, things that attract people to a location, a good school system, but also facilities like that for kids and the population to use is going to be really important as our population in these subdivisions is growing. I mean, we had a record number of permits last year, and people want recreation opportunities, and so stuff like that will provide us. So I really do think that I know in other counties they've gone to referendum on issues like that as far as facilities. So I think that's a great idea. Thank you.
Mr.
All right, well, Ms. Long?
I just wanted to ask Mr. Black, on your side of the county, Mr. Forehand also, does the YMCA have any rooms that they rent out or allow people to use? Or the homeowners, isn't there like a clubhouse in a couple of the subdivisions? Do those
Ladysmith
get
Village,
used much?
Ladysmith Village has a clubhouse, but you have to be a resident to rent it. And they're pretty tightly controlled with that. I believe, I'm not 100% sure that Lake Landor and Lake Caroline are in similar situations. You have to be a resident, they're part of that association already to rent that. The Y has a dual basketball court gymnasium, and they have one multi-purpose room that has like wood floors and mirrors on, like for aerobics classes or whatever they decide. Then the two classrooms that they have are set up for for preschool. So and that's it for space. They have a weight room, but there's not really meeting space. There's not. And they have their own classes. They have aerobics classes. They have fitness classes that they run for their members. That would be, and they're doing those now. They've been doing them for several years. And
So what we're looking for is a piece of property or a building that could be both for sports and for meeting rooms for like senior citizen and chair yoga or that type of thing. So
again, just rough draft in my head, something with 2 full-size basketball courts, a couple multi-purpose rooms, and maybe a couple classrooms, or something like that. Of course, a locker room facility.
Fields.
I'm not, and as a start, and this is something for indoor sports. I'm not looking for a pool, which is a serious expense, because we have the Y does provide that service to our schools and the local the winter and the summer swim teams. But again, we're lacking that indoor facilities for the dance. If we wanted to start a wrestling club,
gymnastics,
ballet, gymnastics, basketball, volleyball. We got one gym, and if you look at basketball practice, you got 15, 16, 18. I don't know, Mr. Howard, how many basketball teams do we have this winter? 3 of my kids were on 3 different teams, and not due to the coaches not wanting to practice, they got about 55 minutes a week to practice. And that was only because there's not a lot of gym space for them to get a second practice in. And that does affect the growth and how they develop as players and things like that. And it's simply because we just don't have the space.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Forehand. I think it's definitely something that's needed, and we can certainly look at it. And I have some great ideas of where this should be, so I'm looking forward to these discussions. Any more discussion on recreation facility needs? All right, we'll move on to item number 11. First read of the ordinance to amend Article 6, tangible property, personal property tax and machinery and tools tax, 103-43-.1. To remove language, prorate the personal property tax for boats. Mr. Basing.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening, sir.
We bring this in front of you tonight to consider, because of the accuracy of prorating boats and boat motors, by way of the information that we get from the Department of Wildlife Resources.
Mr. Bassoon, you did a great presentation. I'm going to move that we move this to first reading.
Second.
There's a move and proper second that we go to first reading, go to public hearing for the
Public hearing. Yes.
For the ordinance to amend Article 6, tangible personal property and machinery and tools tax, and to remove language prorating the personal property tax for boats. All in favor, say
Actually,
aye.
I'd like to hear the whole presentation, actually.
I just have a quick question.
Discussion?
Yeah. Mr. Bassoon?
Yes, sir.
We prorate cars.
Yes, sir. This particular category can be broken out to be a non-prorating item. And the information that we get from Game and Inland, or now called Wildlife Resources, is just not accurate because they don't really have a acquired and sold date. They have a registered and unregistered
So
date.
this would basically cost a boat owner more or less?
It would make it more accurate because right now it's a possibility they could be paying more. And the truth of the matter is a lot of this stuff comes up with the TACS bills, because when people sell not only vehicles, but boats and their trailers and whatnot, they go to Game and Inland and report it. They don't register until 7 months later. Then they come in, we get the information 7 months down the road, we tax somebody, and they're like, oh, I sold that 7 months ago. I was like, well, we're just going off the information from the state office that we can go by.
So the new guy is going to pay that 7 months?
No, the old guy would end up paying it all the while he sold it.
But if we go with this new thing, the new guy pays it.
We will get the annual download from Game and Inland. It's not called Game and Inland anymore. It's called Wildlife Resources. So we will get an annual download from them, and that's what's going to hit the book for that year. So there's no back and forth with proration with boats and boat motors. So it's accurate for that year, and whatever happens during that year, we'll catch it up to next year and move forward like that. But this does not touch any other category of personal property.
So we still get the whole year for the boat?
Yes.
Okay.
For who it's registered to as of January 1.
For the whole year?
And there's no cost in money to that.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Ford, any other question?
Nope, I just
That's all
appreciate you
that's
giving
all
the presentation.
That summed up the rest of the report.
All right, there's a
Yeah, that was
motion,
the rest
proper
of the
second.
presentation, Clay.
Motion, proper
That was
second.
the rest of it.
All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, motion carries. Item number 12, discussion of possible implementation of a cigarette tax, Caroline County. Mr. Cully.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. In the General Assembly session last year, they gave all localities in Virginia the authority to impose a cigarette tax up to 2 cents per cigarette or 40 cents per pack of 20 cigarettes. This is in addition to the tax that's already on cigarettes by the Commonwealth of Virginia. With that, most of it, and Alan has written a very thorough memo here, and I'm not going to try to go through this page by page, but a lot of people joined cigarette boards, and there are some boards near us, and that is all handled by the board, not by the locality. So the board has the authority. The locality can set the rate anywhere that it wants up to the maximum of 40 cents. And the Chesapeake board that we met with the director, it's a 5% charge of the revenue to run that program. We've investigated locally running the program ourselves and getting the stamps, and that would all be handled by the commissioner's office, and the rolls of stamps sold locally, but it's sold to the wholesalers, and the wholesalers are the ones that apply the stamps onto the packs of cigarettes. And so there's 7 or 8 wholesalers, maybe 10 wholesalers that handle that for the retail outlets in Caroline. So for you to, we don't know exactly yet what we would make in revenue, but we do believe it would be way over $100,000. It could be significant because of the truck stops. And so it's revenue that we're not receiving today. Hanover below us does not do it, but counties to our north, Essex to our east, do collect the cigarette tax. Obviously, King George, with the amount of cigarettes that go back up north, Maryland and points north, are making significant dollars, and that is being handled by their commissioner. And we've talked to their commissioner. We've also talked to the commissioner from Page County, the 2 counties that actually run this program themselves, and they don't believe it is a burden. They don't believe it. They haven't added any personnel to the commissioner's office to handle that. So that would be our recommendation, that you explore this and you explore running it locally. We believe we could make the most money that way, not having to pay 5% to a regional board to handle it. There is some enforcement that we would have to work out, because you do have to occasionally go out and make sure that the stamps are on the cigarettes. Although I do believe most of your major truck stops and grocery stores and people, Food Line, for instance, they at their own distribution center, they're stamping their cigarettes. So those things are coming out to the stores with that stuff already on them. So it's no incentive for a local major retailer to have unstamped cigarettes. Now, there may be something that's a small mom and pop wants to go buy some at Costco or something without the stamp and try to sell them, but I don't believe that would be a major issue. So there is some enforcement that needs to be done, but we didn't find that to be overly burdensome, I don't think, either. We will work with both the sheriff's office and the commissioner's office to work out an enforcement, just to, go out and make sure those are on there. One of the things you'd have to do is let them weed through all the unstamped cigarettes. So you'd put it in effect, and you have this grace period for the retailers to sell off the cigarettes they'd already gotten from their wholesalers. So we believe it's a viable program, and it's a way to make some extra revenue. We're always looking for things not to put on real estate and on personal property. So this would be some people that transient truck drivers, whatever, that don't necessarily live in the county. Yes, sir. Go ahead. Oh, good.
I have a
Go
quick
ahead.
question.
Go ahead. Go ahead. They have a number.
When he's done, I have a quick question. Mr. Chairman, when he's done, I have a quick question.
Yes, sir.
So, kind of hot off the press, we reached out to the 30 identified retailers. Oh, sorry. We reached out to the 30 identified retailers that sell cigarettes in the county, and we've gotten 15 definitive responses back. So it's roughly half of actual numbers and half we based on estimates, and we've kind of broken it into a few categories of smaller, depending on the location. What we're looking at right now is about 387,000 in estimate. That's based off of half being actuals.
Do you know, and David, in that, do you know how much a pack of cigarettes costs now?
What we did, depending on the retailer, some of them came back with a number of packs sold. Some of them came back with the sales, total sales.
No, do you know how much a single individual pack costs?
On average, about $6. Yeah, so that can range between
So we'd be going up
five,
to
like
6.
the higher fours, and up to $7.50. So if we needed to use an average, we use $6 as the average.
Okay. There is a law of diminishing returns when it comes to cigarette pricing, and smokers, they all psychologically have a point where they say, when it gets to this much, I'm going to stop. So we will probably not hit that number, because there'll be a significant number that says they're going to stop.
I understand.
Trust me, I know from personal experience.
But you notice there's no tax on cigars.
This is being recorded. I don't smoke.
Thank you, David. Yes, sir.
That was it.
Oh, you had a question. That was it. Oh, yeah. We assume that there's obviously be bleed off. Somebody may stop at Gerald's truck stop on Route 30 instead of coming to 104 if they're on their way. But I don't know that somebody's going to drive miles out of their way, especially with gas $5-6 a gallon, to save 40 cents on a pack of cigarettes when that's what they need. It's certainly the board's prerogative if you want to do it or not. We were questioning about it last year and didn't do it. We were waiting to see what other counties did and what kind of revenues they were seeing and how hard it was going to be to pull off. But we've determined we don't think it's that much burden to actually accomplish and make. Hey, if we make a penny on the tax rate, we're doing something. So,
Mr. Colley, is Spotsylvania doing it?
Yes.
Spotsylvania is doing it.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it's in the.
That's why you teach it.
It's in.
That's the cigarette tax. That's a good shift.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes,
I'm not really supportive of adding additional taxes to anybody. If we were to pursue it, I would like the revenues to go towards some sort of health and wellness.
Parks and Rec.
What's that?
Parks and Rec facilities.
Parks and Rec facility. I think it's a great idea. Let's pass it now.
We can't.
I mean, you could borrow money on it with this as the revenue source to pay the debt.
Look at it first, but I'm not here marking.
I think it's a great idea.
No.
What's that?
What kind of facility you talking about? $300,000 a year.
Oh, there's one for sale. And you can't build it for what they're asking.
I know what it is too. All right,
We got a new sewer system.
we're on TV, so let's just,
Oh.
some more staff
All
concern,
right.
staff.
Any other,
talk.
any other?
Although I do like the middle of the county, kind of in between the two schools where we already own property.
any-
No, no, that's right, he's not listening. Anyway. Well, that's more not a legal issue, more of a negotiating, don't tip your hat.
Any other discussion?
We would recommend that go to public, the draft, we would need to go to Ben and Chris to draft an ordinance, and then we get it ready for public hearing for you.
On April 8th.
You
Mr.
won't get
Black?
there
You'll-
by April 8th or 12th.
That probably be May, but we'll do it as soon as we can.
Mr. Black,
So we need
you
to
wanted
direct-
this like a year ago. Are you gonna make the motion or you want me to? Because you brought it up about selling taxes last year, but I'll do it if you don't want to.
No, go for it, go for it.
Okay.
Good idea.
Mr. Chair,
It wasn't a good idea.
No, it's always been a good idea.
they just had to get the information together, I guess, because you both
Quit
did.
this long.
Okay. I move that Caroline County hold a public hearing on establishing a self-implementation of a local cigarette tax of 30 per
That's all
pack
I got.
of 20 or .02
No,
per
no, no, no.
cigarette. No, what are we doing?
40.
40, you
40,
want
we're
to go
gonna
to
do
the
it.
40?
What we're doing is just developing an ordinance to bring to you, that the ordinance will lay all that out.
Okay, so we're just going
You need
to
a motion to do the
ordinance.
ordinance to,
All right, public hearings
Draft the
to
ordinance for
approve an
public hearing.
ordinance for the implementation of a cigarette
tax.
tax in Caroline County
yes.
to be administered by the Commissioner of Revenue's office with no prices.
Right. I think at this stage, you direct us, we'll prepare the ordinance, it'll come to you for a first reading, it'll go to public hearing, like the ones we've looked at
Okay.
before.
Okay.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it. We'll direct staff to create the ordinance and bring it to us for first read.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, no, I just was.
I was gonna say, I had some real issues with this and wanted it to go back because the county fair isn't even referenced in this, which is something that takes place that this is really gonna affect.
Right, the ordinance.
The ordinance is, and we're looking at an ordinance on the heels of an ordinance that we just passed, so Mr. Fincham. Well, the festival permit, but would it be unreasonable to say, I'd like to know what the effects on the Caroline County Fair are with
Sure.
anything that we do, because
Sure.
they are established, longstanding, and in this, I saw no mention of them anywhere, which is something I think we really need to consider.
Yeah, I'll do that. The whole purpose was to start the discussion on the festival, on changing the festival permit to a special events permit. We actually started looking at this after the state fair amendments a year ago, which in part was what started to drive this discussion. And at the staff level with the sheriff and fire and rescue, as well as representatives of the state fair. You're right, we need to make sure that we don't adversely affect the county fair, just like, we're trying not to adversely affect the state fair. I just ask you all to start looking at it. We'll look at the county fair and we'll bring this back for discussion, for additional discussion at a later date.
That's fine. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fincham. Any questions regarding the ordinance? Any other discussion? We need to move, we need to.
No, he was gonna bring it back at a later date, so.
All right, so we'll just you're gonna bring us are you looking for recommendations later on, Mr. Benjamin? We can.
I'll bring it back. If you all would take a look at it, if you have any questions, Mr. Seeley and I have talked a little bit about
You
the
want
county pay.
recommendations coming to you then before the next.
Yeah, if you all will look at it, get any comments or questions back to me, then I can incorporate that into the update.
Because I do have a couple I'd like to see.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and incorporate it. All right, thank you. Item number 14, approval of a task contract to complete three-dimensional particle tracking hydrodynamic model for Rappahannock River intake permit application. Mr. Shebel.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. As you are aware, we submitted our joint permit application to DEQ, who then disperses that among all the regulatory agencies for their review. We have received many, many comments and have responded to all of them with the exception of one that came from the Virginia Marine Resource Commission. They actually sent some of this information to VIMS, which is the Virginia Institute for Marine Science. And they looked at it and said that they could not make a recommendation without having a particle tracing model performed. So we've kind of been in a holding pattern with Chesterfield and Prince George County. All of us were kind of required to do this. We were the first ones being asked to do this in the permit process. We decided that we were trying to ride on the shirt tails of Chesterfield and trying to maybe get around not having to do that. Both of the other localities have now proceeded with that particle tracing model, really leaving us no option but to move forward with that. This is really the last piece. Once this is done, we expect to get our draft permit, and then should hopefully be able to get our permit shortly thereafter. So this request is for the board to appropriate $72,708 to allow VIMS to perform this hydraulic model.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion, we allot the amount in the draft letter to us so that we can move forward with this and get this study done so we're complete.
There's a motion that we approve the amount of $72,708. Second by Mrs. Long. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it.
Thank you.
Go forward. Agenda item 14A is before you. It was on your desk regarding the new business. The election precinct. Yes, sir.
Yes, so I have spoken with Mr. Cully and Ms. McVeigh, the general registrar, about this. If you'll recall, at your February meeting, you adopted an ordinance for your new redistricting boundaries with the decennial census. And my job after that was to prepare the pre-clearance package for the Office of the Attorney General, which is a submission that needs to be made to get it formally approved and ready to go. We have a June primary coming up, but Ms. McVeigh indicated that that package for the local ordinance is not implicated because it's a federal primary. But that started a conversation that I got looped in on that Mr. Cully and Ms. McVeigh had been having about the waiver that was requested after you approved the ordinance. And there is a law that allows for waivers to allow for split precincts. So that's discussed in here. But in short, the new ordinance you adopted provided for a new precinct. And the county registrar contacted the Board of Elections to request a waiver to avoid having to implement that new precinct because of the relatively low number of people that would be voting there. And that waiver was approved. But as we've been discussing it since that point, a couple issues have come up that we want the board to consider and that are the basis for staff recommendation that we decline the waiver. And the first is, under the controlling law, the waiver is only available if 100 or fewer people would be registered to vote at that precinct. And according to my conversations, that precinct would probably exceed that number of people. So it's not clear that that waiver is really even applicable. And you have to request it yearly. So in all likelihood, You would come back next year, ask for it, and they would say, no, it looks like you have plenty of people there to meet the statutory requirements, so we're not going to grant the waiver again. And in conversation with Ms. McVeigh, she said, they're ready to go. They can stand up the precinct. They can get it done. And in her opinion, it was easier, cleaner, and more efficient just to go ahead and set up the precinct and start conducting elections there as well. That would also simplify the pre-clearance package with OAG because it would be submitting exactly what was approved by the board at the last meeting, as opposed to saying, we approved the creation of a new precinct, but we have also requested and obtained a one-year waiver for that precinct. And then if that goes forward, come next year, Ms. McVeigh would have to send out new notices depending on whether that waiver was renewed. So the waiver introduces a fair amount of complication and doesn't seem to achieve much for the county as far as long-term goals. So the recommendation of staff and legal is to decline the waiver and proceed with the new precinct as approved at your last meeting in February.
Mr. Chair. This precinct was developed, and it's a new section in my district, and it's going to be my precinct. And as much as I really don't want to go ring around the rosy with 3 stops during election periods, without this precinct, some people are going to have to drive a long ways to get to a voting district. And so I think that's unfair to the new people coming into my district. Plus, it's going to cost us a good deal of money if every time we have an election, we have to advertise and put it in. So and reapply. So I think I would like to motion that we decline the waiver and hope the prices go down before we start having a lot of elections on gas, because I'm going to be driving all over the place.
Thank you. There's a motion that we decline the waiver for the precinct. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Sealy. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Cully.
Yes, sir. We've included from finance your status of capital projects report, the various capital projects from both the county and the schools. Don't forget, we was mentioned earlier, the ribbon cutting on the softball field is for 4:50 at the high school on Monday, March 15th. Tuesday, March 15th. It's getting late. I can't see good. And then our next regular meeting is 6 p.m. on the 22nd of March. And then we have one meeting scheduled in April right now. That is the 12th, and that's at 6. We probably recommend some special, work sessions and or public hearings for April, but we'll do that at the 22nd. At the 22nd. And that is all I have. Questions? Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Not that late, this early. All right. Closing board comments. Mr. Forehand.
I have none, sir.
Mr. Black.
Nope. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Sealy.
No, sir, Mr. Chairman.
Mrs. Long. Mr. Thomas.
I have none.
And I have none. Motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second. Does it get a second? Second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
We are adjourned. That's what they're asking for.